Hey y'all, I'm Ada K, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership.
Good morning, Law Crew. How are you doing? I hope you are having a fabulous morning. It's Boone time. We are ready for day 2 of this fabulous trial, and I am excited. Oh, I thought I lost my ears for a minute. We had a fabulous first day. Now let's see what day 2 holds for us. I want everybody to welcome our sponsor, as they're the only reason I'm up this morning.
Hey y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor, go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com, order you some coffee, and show them some love.
Yes, show them some love. I tell you, it's a bad morning when your coffee ain't good. Good morning, Miss Kevin. Hello. And welcome. What a surprise sight you are this morning. I hope you're doing well. Hop in anytime to say hello to our fabulous community. Good morning, Camper for Life. Good morning. What was I going to say? We had a good live last night. Oh my gosh, we had some new people. It was fabulous. Today, we will have Miss Fabulous Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone. She will be joining us. But Miss Jules will be hopping in when she can to give us the updates. We are so excited. We raised enough money for her hotel room. So we anything additional will help with our gas and food. So y'all are amazing. Thank you. On behalf of myself, our team, and Miss Jules. Miss Jules is one of the only people in the courtroom that is actually coming onto YouTube and giving detailed descriptions as to what's happening behind the scenes. So we actually can't wait. I can't wait. I'm waiting for when they show the footage that Sarah Boone took on her phone to the jury. I can't wait till Miss Jules tells us what happens. Good morning, C. Morales. Good morning. Okay, we have the feet up. We're waiting. Let me just kind of go over the list of witnesses we had yesterday. Oh, y'all. I got to pull that up. Moon Day 1, because I take notes. I take note. Why did that go white? In dark mode. I don't know. Okay, so we had, that's bright this morning. We had opening, of course, arguments on both sides. And the very first witness was Juan Torres, George Torres' brother. He just told us a little bit about the relationship and everything. But one of the interesting things is that there was a phone call he received, and he could hear that morning, the day of February 23rd. He was on the phone with his brother. It was a normal phone call, And then all of a sudden, he can hear Sarah Boone screaming, "He's choking me! He's choking me!" Well, that didn't sit well in the phone call with his brother. Pretty much abruptly came to a quick end. They decided to call and talk later, but that never happened. That was the last phone call he had. We had Devin uh, Jamro, assistant manager of the grocery store, just validate the CCTV footage at 12:17 and 5:39 on the 23rd when Boone came in and bought 2 mega bottles of wine, not a standard, but a mega. Hello, Miss Britt. Gosh, I'm hearing too much of myself. There we go. And basically, they were 1.5 liters each. So that day, they consumed 3 plus liters. They consumed the 2 1.5 liters, and they also consumed additional from the day before's bottle. So it sounds like they were trying to get a 1 to uh, maybe 2 bottles a day. I don't know. It was a lot. I don't drink that much. Mm-mm. Mm. First sip is always the best. Vincent Gattaglia is a roommate. Both roommates, Vincent and Brandon, both talked about 11:30ish, hearing the loudest booming noise coming from the a ceiling part of their apartment working its way down because the suitcase was what we surmise is being rolled, thrown, dragged down the stairs, and that stairwell or stairway in Sarah Boone's condo, uh, townhome, whatever you want to call it, was on the wall of the bedrooms of the apartment next door. Sorry. Heard a lot of arguing, a lot of fighting, and a lot of screaming all the time. Both of them avoided Sarah and George like the plague because of all their arguing and drinking and nonsense. Um, Brandon Moats was the second roommate. Brian Boone, the ex-husband, got on and testified. Nothing really new there that we didn't already know. He did tell Sarah Boone 3 times to call 911. She called him approximately 12:30 on the 24th and told him that George Torres had died, and he said to call 911. Then she called him again while he was en route to her apartment. He again told her to call 911. He arrived and he walked just into the entryway where the tile or foyer meets the carpet to the rest of the apartment and saw the decedent's legs, and he was like, "I'm out. I am not. I'm out. Call 911." She tried to get him to go to the back porch and smoke a cigarette, and she wanted to smoke a joint. And he's like, "Nope, call 911. I'm going to go wait by the car. I am now a part of this, and I got to talk to him." So, anyway, that was it. We had the maintenance supervisor, nothing important really there, other than she telling him that it was an accident, that they'd been drinking. Was teaching him a lesson, went upstairs to go to sleep, and awoke, and he was deceased. Now we're getting into the CSI, Melissa Rough Garden. She just brought in all the evidence, the bottles of wine, the baseball bat, and the suitcase. The measurements, I've been waiting for this, was 28 inches long, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep. I actually have 2 suitcases in my closet. I decided to measure one that I thought was closest to it, and it was just about an inch, maybe wider. It's just 2820 is kind of like a standard size for a medium-ish suitcase, and, it's tiny. I could not imagine getting a human being in that. That's astronomically insane. No, during the time that the suitcase was being, getting ready to be showed to the jurors and they were entering it into evidence, Sarah Boone's attorney, Mr. Owens, was continuously speaking to her, and then she was smirking as, the evidence was suitcase was out and being put back in. she's a piece of work, y'all. She is a piece of work. The CSI agent had a hard time unzipping the suitcase as it doesn't have a zipper pull. It had a little piece of a paper clip that was pink and wrapped around in replace of, and even empty without any weight in it, anything in it, she really struggled to open it. So there was no way that George was going to get out of that. We also had some surprising news that the contents of the suitcase, other than George, was some clothing and a syringe that had diazepam in it. Now, that was a prescription to George for him, but how was it used? When was it used? Did Sarah Boone use it or did he use it? And why was it found used inside of the suitcase? I can't imagine by the way he was contorted that he could have pulled it out of his pocket and been able to properly inject himself. So the cross examination of this witness, one of the biggest things that the defense hit on is why were the walls not photographed where there were holes? And basically, she goes, I didn't see any holes to speak of, like fist holes. But she did photograph every room. So if there were holes on the wall that were visible, you should be able to see them. I'm interested to see if if the defense actually has any holes in the wall on any of their photos, and if they do, what was covering them? Sometimes you cover them up. I'm sorry. I am getting a text. I gotta go answer this. Sorry. My bad. All right, Miss Kevin. No problem. If it changes and you can hop back on, I appreciate it. Y'all are awesome. I have an awesome group of people. We do have a new mod. His name is Zach. When he's here, hi, Toy. Hello, everybody. So anyway, so the list of witnesses that have testified are as in order: Juan Torres, Devin Jamero, Joan Williams was the 911 EMS operator, just validating and verifying the what's the word I'm looking for? 911 recorded calls on a disc that they will bring into this. Vincent Bagalia I can't say that. Battaglia. Battaglia. Number 5 is Brandon Motes. Number 6 was Brian Boone. Number 7 was Abraham Moreno. Number 8 was Deputy Carla Rodriguez. Number 9 was Deputy John Martinez. And number 10 was CSI Melissa Roughgarden. So that's our update. Once I'm awake, I'll finish Boone's soundbite. Oh, Dawn, are you kidding? I need to learn how to do sound bites. I tried, it didn't go well. And these programs were said they were free and they ended up being a ton of money. So yeah, that's not not going to do it. 1,000 Points of Light. Who knows where that is? 1,000 Points of Light. Where does that come from? If you know, let me know it out in the chats. Oh, okay. So, just so you know, we are partnered with Trial TV Live. They will be streaming They will also be providing us some behind the scenes information as it is available. Oh my gosh, hello everybody. So great to have everybody here. So great to have everybody here. Sneaky side, are you here this morning? Good morning, Sneaky. Will you be joining us today? Oh, I got to send this to our interpreter. I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was forgetting something. I don't know if our interpreter is going to be here, but just in case, I need to send this to her. She is a busy woman all of a sudden. It was fabulous when she didn't have as much business, but we want her to have enough business to live, and boy, God answered her prayers. She went from having almost nothing to having a ton of business. So yay. Yay, yay. Clear out all this stuff. Sometimes when I come in the morning, the first 10, 20 minutes I'm on live, all of a sudden, all these alerts and warnings and things pop up in Discord, and I mean, they just flood me. So I'm just trying to get all that deleted. There we go. Yay. All righty. We have movement in the court. We do. And we have judge. Volume is all the way up. Volume. I'm looking to make sure all my volumes are full blast for y'all. We got good sound. Oh, I just disconnected my hearing aids. Oh, okay, Dawn. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Hey, Dawn, do you know the Murdaugh trials where the judge says, "Bring the jury"? I would absolutely love it. I'm trying to get to we do have we got the gavel. Oh, definitely, girl. Make you mega make you a mega pint. I could have oh, by the way, guys, I got a confession to make. I didn't go to sleep until 4 this morning. Got up at 10 till 7. Less than 3 hours. My poor dog. I know her ear's been kinda bothering her a little bit, and I've cleaned it. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Last night, she was itching so bad, and it was constant shake and itch. I cleaned it out, but I didn't have the ear powder. I had it here at the shop, and it got to the point to where she scratched herself and she started bleeding. So, I had to get her, I had to come to the shop, had to treat her, go home. I didn't get back home until I left the house to go to the shop, like, at 2:30 in the morning. It was just total chaos. Sneaky. You do what you need to do, just curious, thank you. Go back to bed, have a great sleep, and hopefully we'll see you later. I am communicating with some mods. Well, we would welcome your humble opinion at any time concerning the Boone trial. You have a fabulous day of work, and whenever you are able to hop on, please just give me a holler. We'd love to have you. Trying to line up some people who have expertise in this matter. I know, kind of. So, um, every day in the Murdaugh trial, every day, every time he brought the jury in, it was Bring the jury. Every time he brought the jury in, every single day. So let's add to stage and get ready to go. Now that I've done this, I can do this and biggen. I don't have to worry too much about hiding the logo here. Yay! I love that. There we go. Oh, I did have to do something. Once again, I want to thank everybody for a fabulous live last night. I think last night was such a cool live. Um, oh, I might as well share this. Yesterday, okay? I'm just gonna share it this way because it's easier. Yesterday, Friday morning, Sarah Boone sat down to come into and started shuffling her papers, and as you can see, she had this big, this paper here. Now, it was interesting, she was shuffling her papers and setting up like one of the attorneys. It was cute. Um, it's so fun watching her play. Sensei. Oh, that's a cat playing. It was so fun watching her play lawyer-ish, but she pulled out this paper. This is the power and control wheel. It's a different color, but it's the same thing we have over here, and I find it interesting that they're putting things on the desk because the jury is just feet away from this desk. And she made it kind of a deal where she pulled it out and laid it, and then they had a book out on domestic violence. So, um, yeah, I found that very, very, very interesting. Um, just some more of her shenanigans is what I call them. Uh, oh, like I said, any of the Murdaugh trial days, you're gonna find them. Oh, let me get this up and get this going. I'm gonna delete this slide, delete pages, go back to clear font. There we go. I'm trying to change something. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Don't have to do a whole lot of work. It should already be there. What are you doing? Y'all, the kitty's playing. Kitty, play. I thought, oh, that was cute. Why is this not doing what I want? I want it into here. No, I don't. Let me delete it. So, anybody have a good weekend? Anybody do anything fun this weekend? I'll just have to do it this way. I didn't do a whole lot this weekend, surprisingly. I did not do much this weekend. It was a nice, quiet weekend. I'm creating my forgive me, but I'm creating my, delete that. Share, download, transfer background. There we go. Well, where is everybody? The judge is waiting and there's no lawyers. There's only one lawyer on Boone's side. Go figure. Go figure. Wow. Okay. How was I doing this last week? Because I had okay. So forgive me, guys. I'm doing 2 different things at one time, and I'm kind of getting a little lost. There we go. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to line up my there we go. I gotta save this. Sorry. It's one of those things. I'm doing my streamer so I can put the names of who's testifying down, so y'all know who's up on the stand. So that's what I'm doing. So forgive me for the down and dead time right the moment, but I'm trying to get this loaded so I can be able to give y'all the names of people who are testifying. That's always important. And then we'll be back up and running. I apologize. I forgot to do this yesterday. I know, right? This chick actually forgot something yesterday. There we go. Upload. Yep, we got it. Yay. Yeah, yes, we got it. So there's day 2. I can put this away for the moment and then just bump this. No, Control Z. There we go. This gets a little confusing, I'll be honest. I've got all kinds of ribbons and things I'm trying to create so you guys can follow along like this right here. Yes. So like this. And then I put the names in that strip. Yes. Okay, now my attention is back. So how many of you guys think that we're going to get through this trial this week? I actually think it's potentially there. Currently right now, as it sits, we have approximately 13 witnesses on the list that I have. Now, mind you, this is not the official list. This is the potential list. So, this here is what I'm going by, but I think today we're going to see the rest of the law enforcement, which is two law enforcement on my list left. We have the forensic pathologist, we have the community corrections officer, and the medical examiner. The rest of the witnesses, we will see the property manager and definitely Deputy Chelsea Cospel and Scott Lowen. So I think that's who we're going to see. Now, hopefully, the state will continue to move in the swift manner that they are. As I said last night, y'all, this particular team, I am on the prosecution side, I'm actually thrilled with because they are moving so well. They're presenting everything perfectly. They are moving everything perfectly. It is just, to me, the most perfectly run trial I have seen thus far. There is no shenanigans going on. This is what it is. They identify it. They admit it into evidence. They're just checking off that list and just moving it. Hello, Miss Ronnie Oh my gosh, how are you doing, beloved? And right now, it's just running like clockwork. It is the smoothest running trial I've ever seen. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, and do you know what that is? That's people kind of get mad that the defendant may be late and blame it on her. It's mostly likely not her. Um, she's up at 2 a.m. There could be something going on in transit. There could be something happen at the jail. We don't know. And once again, if you see the ribbon or ticker running on the bottom, we will be in all chats, and all of that will be going to Jules for her hard work for us for this trial. She does not get paid to sit there, and she's gone through cancer and still taking chemo. And this woman is a trooper, and she's sitting in that courtroom. She's our eyes in court. We are one of the only channels, other than RA and one other person, out of all of the YouTubers that actually have somebody physically in court with eyes on the jury. So we are going to be blessing her because this is an expensive thing to be doing as far as hotel, food, gas. And so we are going to be helping as well as other. I got to do this, guys. It's a little too high. There we go. We're going to be helping as well as other people. The other two channels are. So we had a wonderful blessings last night. And just so you know, no obligation expected. And but if just letting you know that any and all super chats will be going to her for the duration of this trial. So we love Miss Jules. She's fabulous. She became very well known, and I was introduced to her through the Maya trials. And she was in court and became the notorious Jules because of, I guess, some of the shenanigans that was played there. Mm. Hello, Britt. No, I don't think there'll be a plea deal offered to her. They may make an offer. But I guarantee she is not going to do that. If for some reason there's a plea deal offered, there's something that's happened that we may not know about. But she had an offer of a plea deal of 15 years. The minimum she can get now that she's in trial and if found guilty will be that of 22 years. Yeah, that's right, 22 years. 22 years is the minimum that Miss Boone will get if found guilty. So she said, hey, Scrooge Booch on that one because she would be out. Let's see, she served almost 5 years, not quite, almost 5 years. And no, she served 4 years. This happened in 2020. So she served 4 years so far, wait in the jail waiting for this trial. So that would knock it down to 11 years. And then you minus time for good behavior. She may have 7, 8 years left. And she didn't take it. I'm like, you crazy fool. You crazy fool. I don't know why she didn't take it, y'all, but she did not take it. So that's a little stupidity on her part. Oh yay, we got some movement. Miss Ronnie, thank you so much for always being here. We have a fabulous modding team. Miss Kevin is the mod boss. And if anybody is interested in being a mod, we are accepting mods at this time. We will happily discuss that with you. So if you like this channel and you want to be a part of who we are, please reach out in Discord or make a comment and we will definitely get in touch with you. Something else that we're doing right now is for every sub, if you sub with us, put I subbed in the comment below. You get 1 entry. If you become a member, you get 10 additional entries, maximum of 11 for one of our fabulous Starbucks tumblers. I love to give away Starbucks tumblers. So if you join us, you will be in for a chance of a Starbucks tumbler. We got a couple to choose from, not just the purple one if you don't like purple. So make sure you please hit those like buttons, subscribe, and comment. Be a part of us. Don't be shy. I can't stop that with my phone. I can't do that, those little clicks, and it only happens in Facebook, and I've turned all the sound off and it still happens. Go figure, y'all. Oh, I wonder if it's working today. Let's see. Oh, it is. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if it's working. I want you guys to see. Some people like to see my setup. Oh, it is. It is. It is. There I am. Good morning. Here's my setup for those of you who are curious. There we go. This is my setup. I know, looks a little chaotic, doesn't it? It takes a lot to do this. Hello, Brit. I just wanted to say thank you so much for being so awesome and kind and understanding and allowing me to Brit it up. Have some fun with you. That's what I was going to do. I was going to call and see if I was going to have an interpreter this morning. See if Miss Diane is awake and about. I'm going to give y'all music while I talk to her because I'm not sure she wants you to hear. Well, I guess she is not awake yet. I know, Dawn. Sometimes our bodies just say rest. Exactly, Ronnie. Dawn, I really greatly appreciate your efforts in trying to get me some sound bites. I really do. If you're in our Discord, get a hold of me in Discord. Start a private chat if you don't mind, Dawn. I'd appreciate it. Oh, I forgot the melody trial. Oh, I'm slacking, y'all. I got to set up for the melody trial too. I will not be doing the melody trial live. I can, but 2 days. What? Oh my gosh. We also have the ballerina murder trial hearing today at 12:30. Oh, I got to put that on my bar. I did not realize. Thank you. Yes, I got that up and running. So we will be involved and we will take a break and see that. This judge does take long breaks for lunch. So this will be a good time for us to see that. And then here we are. We're getting ready to hop into long crime trials and Melody Walker. That one, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, but we will be going into that trial at lunchtime, FYI, because we do need to keep up with that one as well. So we got 2 trials that we're following right now. Melody Ferris trial is the one who unalived her husband and he ended up in the burn pile. And then we have the ballerina trial, which has got a motion. I think they are, this is against Ashley Benefield, found guilty of murdering the father of her child. Former ballerina Ashley Beneful is accused of killing her husband Douglas in September of 2020. She was found guilty. However, there's been some situations with the jurors and whatnot, so we are all going to be waiting to see what they do with that situation. So, yeah. Yes, Dawn. Oh my gosh. Fibromyalgia is tough, baby. You got my heart and my love. Um, I have rheumatoid arthritis, and the last couple of days, my feet have been really not happy. But luckily, thank God, everything is good so far this morning. Yay. I need to get Excel open. Y'all, I'm learning a whole lot with this trial. I'm actually using Excel for the first time. I never really I'm just not doing much in Excel. I'm just putting a number in a line, but it's a start. It's a beginning. It is a beginning. That's not what I wanted to open. I want her witness list in Excel. Why am I not able? Ronnie, you are amazing. Ronnie my mod, has been fabulous about putting me a spreadsheet together on these cases. I couldn't live without her. I could not do this without you, Ronnie. I hope you know that. Hope you know how much I love and appreciate you, because you are absolutely amazing at what you do. You really are. And I definitely couldn't do this without you. Where is it? It was up yesterday. Let me see if it's on the screen somewhere. I guess you guys can look at this little window and see how many of these windows I have open. What is this? Are you going to open? Nope, that's not what I need. Where are you? You're hiding. Why are you hiding? Where did you go? I save everything on my desktop, sort of. Well, I'll have to hunt for it later. I've got the paper copy we can deal with. So, um, Toy, I hate spelling it. It doesn't work with my dyslexia. Dawn, are you dyslexic too? I am so dyslexic that when I'm in an actual college classroom, I never took notes. Note taker, and tests were verbal. Now online, I'm going to college online, and to finish my degree in criminal justice, and I get a lot of modifications.
We're going to show y'all being sent.
Oh, this is a joke he started.
Okay. I make a bad joke with jurors from time to time that I want to start a new show with Dick Wolf and NBC called Law and Order Jury Duty, where we're going to show y'all.
My poor dog does not feel well, y'all.
And then we're going to show you behind the scenes what happened, for the second half of the show. Y'all are actually going to get that opportunity to see what all we did while y'all weren't here when this case is over, if y'all decide y'all ever want to have anything else to do with it and rewatch it. But if you were to do that, you would get to see what we did on Friday. We were here till 4:45, and during all that, a couple of things happened. One, it was 65 and sunny outside, but it was cold enough to kick the heater on. And y'all will notice the weather's going to be about the same today, and it's going to get warm in the afternoon in the jury room. It was about 92 degrees up here. The heat was on out there, and everybody else was comfortable, and I was roasting.
In a robe roasting.
Anyway, while we were doing that,
Robe roasting.
yet another issue has popped up that we're going to have to address outside your presence, and our plan is to do that this afternoon. It should not take the entire afternoon. Our plan will be to break 3:34ish or so. So part of the delay this morning was discussing that with the lawyers to see whether we were wanting to do lunch or whether we were going to break at noon for the day. But I think that we have enough to go, and the stuff we have to do this afternoon won't be as lengthy as what we had to do on Friday. So that'll be the plan. We may try to get, I might go ahead and try to have us do lunch most of the rest of the week, because I do have a concern we're going to start to get behind. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll do that at least 2 other days. We may, depending on where we are, break a little early on Friday, and so we might, instead of doing lunch in on Friday, I expect we're going to have something else we have to address before the week is over. And every time we have to do that, it's going to push us back. So, all right. We have some audio.
I'm just waiting for Sarah Boone to start, y'all.
Play the audio.
We'll watch this until Boone starts.
Judge, by stipulation this time, we're going to play some calls with the defendant while she was at the adult detention center here in Cherokee County. There are 25.
Oh, this is not going to be well.
With Amanda Ferris. There's 6 calls here. At this time, I tender in 2 evidence calls, 1 through 25. Any objections?
All right, y'all agree to the foundation that they were voluntary calls?
Are y'all hearing this okay? Is the volume all right?
It's coming from the
I need a volume check on the court feed.
recording at the beginning, explaining to them that the calls are being recorded.
In order to move things along for this jury,
All right.
Lights,
Judge,
please.
Call 1 is the June 25th, 2019 call. I'm going to play it now.
All right.
How's that?
Welcome, Miss Diane.
Remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
You might need to scoot back a little, love. I'll let you settle in.
Okay.
You're beautiful this morning.
Let me change this.
This is a
My
prepaid
jacket.
call from
Diane, this court I'm not worried about, so take your time. Okay.
Hello. Hey. Hey.
Okay, guys, I'm 100% gained. I can't do
Hey,
any
how are
more.
you? Are you going to drop out of the house while you're out tonight?
I maxed out.
We can. Yeah, just drop by there and see what's going on. Okay. What are you doing? I came back downstairs and London. I've been walking, and then it came that I got phone time. So.
I'm appointment. Court. Hi.
I was on the phone with David when you called. We have to meet up and have dinner and all that.
Okay.
But I don't have
This is max. I am totally maxed out.
Okay.
Tomorrow, so I've got to go home. and get
Lisa,
started on that.
nice to meet you, love.
But
Welcome.
what kind of stuff? Do you know what kind of stuff that they send from that jail pack?
Do it now? Yeah, just look
I'm
it
gonna
up.
send you. Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up and see.
No, we're here for you. Hang in there. We're going to do whatever we can to make this.
Good morning, Diane.
It hopefully will go away sooner than later.
Yeah. I don't care when it goes away.
Right.
Are you
Well,
on the phone?
I was
I'm
just
just
checking
glad to be able to talk with you. in person.
everything, trying to.
All right.
Okay. Nope,
Yeah.
I'm good.
But I mean, are we ever
Oh,
going to get
my ears. Oh, crap. I forgot my.
yeah. Right. That's good. Just watch your back.
We definitely will.
I was going to say, you hadn't seen anything funny going on the cameras at home, have you?
No. Every time they go off at work, I look. Every time.
Okay.
Can't
So
hear
is
you.
Amanda
What?
is Russ Jane keep a check on?
Thank you for
Chris on
calling
Facebook?
me.
I don't know. She hasn't said anything, but I figured I'd call her at some point
Okay.
and see if she's heard anything. But you said something about a picture. Chris sending a picture.
Of what?
I don't know, a picture of you to the paper.
Yes.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. I just heard about it.
I couldn't find anything. I don't know what it is.
Well, I don't know if it was on the news or in the paper.
I figured they just copy everything online. I thought. But I haven't seen anything yet. But all I do is I'll occasionally check online. I can't watch the TV or read the news.
Well, I know that one of them was on the news. I think it was either. No, I don't remember now, but she said that it was that. Said that the media said that it isn't sold to them.
all about that money. That's what it is. Money, money, money. Yep.
Okay, guys, total communication. She's going to go get water and ice. And I was giving her the sign
Do you
name for
know they
Sarah
got
Boone.
Martha Jane when they were up there?
I don't think so. I think that, I think Rusty told her what was going on, but I don't think so.
Okay.
They said they wouldn't be going back up there, so I don't know.
Well, you can't believe anything they say.
I can't believe anything what anybody says anymore.
Sure.
The hardest part about the whole thing, you don't know who to believe.
No. And a certain now, what's his face? Michael, is that his name?
Yeah,
When her meeting went tomorrow, he said he knows Jeff.
yeah. We talked to him today in court. They had a discussion about the case today. I don't know what that pertains to, but he's going to tell me tomorrow.
Well, I know he's going to be very careful over the phone and over email with you.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
You should get a very interesting. I mean, you still got that email that you sent to Diane.
Oh yeah, but that's just about them. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he has notes and stuff like that, but I just want to make sure he has all the information that he could possibly.
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I thought Allie looked good though.
Yeah. David said I don't think he's as sick as he plays it on to be.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, David kind of laughed about it, but
Just did. He told me sick as he said he is, but he just did.
Right. All righty. Well, I got to go. So anyway, another day down. So figure, today for the week.
we're here for you and we're doing everything we can.
I know you are.
Just remember, our biggest concern is you and only you. Stuff is just stuff, and I'm
And
only
karma is karma.
karma is karma. Exactly. Did they give you those phone numbers?
No.
And your reading glasses?
Yes, I got my reading glasses.
But there was not a piece of paper in there with 2 phone numbers on it?
They just handed me my glasses.
Sure. I had Martha Jane's number on there.
That's
You want
okay.
it? Did you want it?
Yes.
Can I give it to you now?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes.
931
Okay.
581
Okay.
3343.
Okay.
You can call her and talk to her. I'm sure she'd love to hear from you.
Right.
All right, well, I guess just call me whenever you can, please, and I look
I
forward
will.
to hearing from you.
Well, I'll just wait since I've only get it basically one call or 1 15-minute slot. And I'll call
There's
you
movement,
tomorrow
but I
when
don't
I
see
know that
anybody
people
yet.
have come to met with me. How's that?
I mean,
That's good. That'll be fine.
still
Talk
waiting.
to you later.
I love you.
Love y'all. Bye.
Next is calls to June 26, 2019.
Remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
It is 2 minutes and 9 seconds long.
This is a prepaid call from. Your call has been accepted.
Hey,
Hey.
I spoke to your attorney,
And?
I mean, I can't say good things because obviously we're stuck in this situation, but everything is handled as can be handled.
Make it quick because we're fixing to get a lockdown.
All right, you're going to probably see a guy come to meet you tomorrow. You need to sign off saying that we're allowed in the house and that
Okay.
we're allowed to use the lock.
Okay.
Because Scott and I are getting the lock changed tomorrow evening.
Okay.
Because Scott told Elaine today at the showing that he had ownership over everything. And that it was his siblings' responsibility to make sure everything was theirs and protected and blah, blah, blah.
All right.
So we're getting that handled. So just sign that and we'll get the lock changed on your house.
And what?
We're going to get the lock changed on your house.
Okay.
Because all of that stuff is yours. Every single bit of it. Every bit of it.
Okay.
So Scott and I are going to do everything we can to protect it.
Okay. Did Rusty give you the list of things to get out of there?
Yeah, he gave me a pretty good idea. I don't have to remind me, but yeah, I do.
Okay.
So once you sign that paper, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to get that stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep a running list, and then that way I can give to him. So.
Okay. Are you okay?
I am. I'm good. You think it was a good meeting with him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Hang in there. Keep it safe.
I will. Okay. I got to go.
I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Next is calls 3, June 27, 2019.
Remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
8 minutes and 36 seconds long.
Thank you so much, Dawn. By the way, guys, I got to do this. I don't want to be rude. I've shared with you about my problem with my dog last night and ear infection and bleeding and everything. And so I was just signing what was going on to Diane because we do believe in total communication. But I was just catching her up.
This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Your call has been accepted.
Hello.
Hello. I just talked with Michael, I guess, I don't know, sidekick, 2 of them.
His notary?
Well, they came. Well, I don't know. He just took kind of what happened on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then I signed that piece of paper.
Wait, what about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
About what happened Tuesday, Wednesday,
Oh.
Thursday a year ago.
Oh, they talked to you about that.
Yeah.
By the way, this woman is usually so immaculately dressed, and today her shirt is all wrinkled.
And then I signed that piece of paper giving you all permission to get in the house and that kind of stuff.
Did it give us permission to change the locks on the house?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And did you
So
put
I'm gonna
Martha
have
Jane's
Chad-
name down on that?
I mean, I can. I didn't
Well,
know.
no, it was on there, but there was a name on there I didn't recognize, but it was Barton and it had to have been hers, so I just wrote Martha outside of it.
Oh. Maybe it was Rusty's? I don't know.
No, it wasn't. No, I mean, it was like, it would have been a variation of Martha, but that's not what it was. So I just marked it through because it was not a real name. I just put Martha and left Barton on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why they would put her on there, but whatever.
I don't know either. But it was yours and Chad's and Elaine's and David and Alan and then hers.
Yeah. And his attorney people are supposed to be able to get in there. He said he was going to put his attorneys and stuff on there. But
Yes, and they are allowed in there.
yeah. So it's going to hit the fan tonight when we go over there to get those locks changed. But we're going to call and see if Cherokee County will escort us out there. So if Scott causes us any issues, then they can just handle him. I don't want to be stuck in a bad situation.
Right.
But
How bad did he get with Elaine?
He said that he didn't show out. He wasn't like whatever, but he was very entitled. He said, this house is mine and my siblings, all of this stuff in it is ours. We're not letting anybody take anything out of it, and this is ours, basically just taking ownership over everything. And
Right.
Elaine didn't want to say too much back to him because it would upset him even more than he already was. So she said that Robin lady that was with her, was right behind her and heard everything. And she said he never really got out of pocket, but he definitely was like, this is mine. And, and he was there the whole time when the people were at the house, looking at the house. He wouldn't leave. He refused to leave. And Elaine had said that she could tell that he had been in the house because she showed it the last time before he went up to Tennessee to be with Martha Jane. She knew kind of where stuff was, and she said that when she came back this time yesterday, things were moved and out of places. So she knew somebody had been in there and the door to the kitchen was unlocked. So that's why it's so important that Chad and I get out there and get those locks changed.
Well, when I tell you I left everything perfect, I did when I walked out that door. I mean, it may not have everything been vacuumed, but, well, see, she was in it, though, after I left, though, because she said there was a vacuum cleaner out. And I said, yeah, I had left it out.
Yeah, but she said that there was a medicine ball out in the middle of the living room downstairs, so she put it in the closet in Daddy's old bedroom in the basement. And then when she came back yesterday, there was stuff covered. It was covered all over, and the medicine ball was covered up with something in the closet.
Wow, that's weird.
But she could tell. She was like, I know somebody had been in that house. And
That's
the doors were
weird.
locked because she had made sure that the doors were all locked up. Right. And she went there the last time. So, but I'm taking that Sequoia over there.
Okay, I got a text from Jules. They are waiting on the jurors. So we have a juror that's almost an hour late. Oh my gosh. I bet the judge is not happy. So they're waiting on jurors. There you go. We'll keep watching this in the meantime.
There, Emily, redid Scott's tax on his car. Obviously, she didn't do the Sequoia or the Mercedes because the emission stuff had not been done. But she did Scott's tax, but I'm not paying the insurance on it. So You know, that's whatever. I'm taking the Sequoia tonight and I'm putting it in the garage and I'm locking it up and I'm leaving it there because it's not my car and it's going to be with the estate anyway. Jeff's going to have to do something with it, right? So
A family member did die, the husband, Ronnie. But when my husband went to prison, it was just like my husband had died. I had to do everything as if he had passed away. I kid you not. I just didn't have a death certificate. Same suit, different shirt.
As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that.
Case number 2020-2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone, partisan Canadian public record.
So it looks like Sarah's going to be wearing the same suit every day, just different shirt.
With the state.
Dave Keshkar on behalf of the state. William Jenkins State.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Please go raise your right hand. Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody. However, she's not wearing any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury panel enters and exits. The parties may approach.
Well, yes, but the thing is, if she goes away, Mama, for years, they will have to do everything as if she had died. They'll have to liquidate all the assets unless somebody is going to keep the house and keep the payments and everything else. Oh, wait, I think the house has already been sold. But anyway, yeah, they'll have to do a lot of that. Had to close up all the finances, all of that. Hello, Zach. No milky legs
State
today.
anything we
She's
need to
in a
address
suit.
before we bring in our panel this morning.
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Boone, just a
Bring
couple of
the
questions
jury.
before we bring in our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you
Oh.
in this matter?
This is new.
And are you still on board with the strategy that they are utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
We've never heard that before. This is new. Diane, love you, baby girl. You're falling off the screen. For those who don't know, interpreters get us kind of a specific sit, and we start kind of. It's early, guys. It's early. Also, guys, I will be typing notes, so I'll be muting. Hopefully, I'll remember to mute myself so you don't hear the click, 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 click. I've never typed my notes before, so we'll see how it goes. Oh.
It will be like the sound of tiny reindeer hooves.
No, Ronnie's not being mean to anybody today.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope
Who
you all
was
had a
late?
restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Zadovich.
Ooh. I got her on here. Where is it?
You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zadovich, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical
We're starting off with the bang.
After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural. So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests. So things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on
Hello,
each case, but
Brandon.
we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death? And is this something that you document?
Yes. So cause of death is either a
I
disease
would
or an
have had
injury
fun with
that
that.
ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car. Right? That's very generic. And we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of
pocket of air,
maybe people who are climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, What can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's that most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. Well, when I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. So It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
I spilt my coffee, y'all.
The witness who's been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
So,
It's a copy of my body diagram.
and does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here on the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is a measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily
Good
know that it was
morning,
11
Ms.
hours earlier,
Doctor.
but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody who's just hopping in. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, my thing's wet. Sorry, I spilled my coffee. I overfilled it. I got a little too zealous. Can't understand you. You muted yourself.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States Q and been shown to defense?
Ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Q. Did you take
Oh
a look at
gosh,
this
we're not going to.
photograph,
I may have to stop this
yourself, and then
or
write
hide
down,
it.
what your-
I will not show his picture. Yeah, sippy cup for Ada. I have sippy cups. Where they are. And also subscribe to us. Subscribe here. Yes, definitely subscribe to the Discord. Go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops. They are the perfect place to find all your legal documents pertaining to whatever case you're following at the time. They are fabulous resource. And I
Ma'am,
couldn't
you
do this
recognize
without them.
these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your
Please like.
autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as State's Q into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states Q
lawyer-
will be received into evidence without objection. It states
Says
13.
12, 13. This lawyer is very good at the evidentiary stuff. He's phenomenal. He's flawless.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Okay, guys, if we see, all right, get the camera off of his pictures. They're not going to show him. Thank you, Jesus.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite.
The Hi Evil Queen, the actual autopsy photos of the decedent, especially the face or head. I
So
don't
this is the
show those
identification photo that's basically
out
just
of
showing
respect.
from about the level of the collarbones up.
If they accidentally show
This
it.
is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here, or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here, you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually it's a drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Okay, that's exactly what I did not want. Well, do y'all want me to show it? Yes or no?
Turning to State's 3.
No, we're not showing that.
Discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
You could see his mouth, and that wasn't
Stage
good.
4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
Stage 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up. So you can see this whole area of ecchymoses. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
Stage 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture, we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how
I will
big
not
the
show
area
face
is or how large
or
the injury
gruesome.
is.
Okay, guys?
Deal? There's some things I just don't do out of respect. I mean, and I don't want to get in trouble with
7 from the composite.
UIT.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas, ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
Yeah, she did. She went grizzly.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
Oh, like a syringe?
Discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back.
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
States 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
States 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
States 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And
really severe
when you
blunt
did
force
your,
trauma.
internal exam,
Like
did you
major
examine this
impact.
area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
That's hatred. That's anger. Definitely anger.
States 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
States 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And states 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area. So it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least, 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal.
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got 2 questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
Are you going to
12
impeach
years.
her on her qualifications? Are you
When first
crazy?
got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa. That's when you started.
Whenever you're ready,
Yes.
Diane, just let me know.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases.
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a 0.38.
No, 0.138.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well. And the result was a 0.213.
Yes.
And you would agree that's about it's about 3 times the legal limit.
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that Jorge Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me. Yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
I'm waiting to hear that too, Toxic.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m. So nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in. Yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 20-second video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
So it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Good objection. Good objection. Interesting.
I hear you, Haley Mouse, but if we see all the videos from past times that officers have come to her apartment when she's called, um, she is not actually quite aggressive. She is more
The
of a
objection is sustained.
sweet, whiny baby. However, she had some built-up
Doctor,
rage.
you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
Hello, ADHD, Jelly Bean, Lantern.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down.
Yes.
Or the majority of the blood gets.
Boy, he's
in the top
researched
half of
this,
the body.
hasn't he?
Yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
Now you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds?
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused or what led you to believe caused his death.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well,
You
said
get
his
in the
fine motor
suitcase and
skills
see
would
how
be
you
impaired by
breathe.
alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol.
How can
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of
how in the hell do you reposition yourself when you were squeezed in the suitcase like a freaking sausage? You could barely wiggle a toe. Dude, what do you think he can do? Spin around like in bed? Just flip from left to right inside it? Come on, dude.
of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
Sure, that
Amen.
could be.
Okay.
And the suitcase had a proper working zipper?
Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess the years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed. So it was airtight and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with
Yep.
that?
Yes.
This is true. All of you, this is true.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
She's not a
Do you know
scientist
how porous the
in that
fabric
matter.
of that suitcase was?
I got to
No.
put him back on
Did
stage.
you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the
She's
zip
an
on it was
ME.
broken? The pull handles were broken.
Yes, I did know that.
Outside her scope of
Do you
field.
agree if there is
Come on,
a
dude.
portion of the zipper that's open, that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Not enough.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
No.
Do you know
Get a
if,
scientist on the
you know,
stand.
the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained? Do you know whether or not
Uh-huh.
rain or
You're
the
right,
liquid
toxic.
would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
I got to go check on
From
something.
what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes.
You said 8 to 10%, you become unconscious,
Yes.
and then a value of less than 8%, death occurs.
For most people. Yes.
Excuse me?
For most people.
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
Yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done show that the oxygen, content is anywhere from 4 to 6. Unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, is that kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both.
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it
No.
did not,
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
as the reason or cause, contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in the evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite remember.
Deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is it's number 14. And this composite exhibit is state's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. You see the, you said.
Talks that they're grasping for straws as he was equal to the fact that
Type in
George was gasping
Yes.
for air.
And you've seen a regular
It's a Hail Mary.
Kids baseball bat.
Yes.
The wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person.
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay. Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat.
Yeah. Don't
Those
disagree,
spots there
ADHD.
in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that. Yes,
Excuse me?
that's compatible.
And then here's a close-up. This is picture number 15.
Handy Mouse, how old is your niece?
Again, a close-up. Same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
Wow.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system.
Oh,
you
like
have
your
the report?
doctor?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque.
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
Yeah, coronary
And that
artery disease.
terminology is synonymous with a single vessel, high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
Oh.
And that location is kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker,
Yes.
because of the location in that vessel that supplies.
So now
most
you're going to
of the
say he was going
circulation
to die
the
anyway, so
left
she just helped him
ventricle?
along?
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could cause a dysrhythmia. Yes.
I'm sorry,
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
but that could kill him.
It could.
Or so you're now saying he
Lumen
died
is
of
the
a heart
inside
attack?
space of the tubular structure of
Yes,
that, and so that was blocked over 75%.
it was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something. If he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery oscillosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die.
And there's probably no evidence of a heart attack, because if that had caused a heart attack and it was a widowmaker, it would be very damaging to the heart tissue itself. And the heart tissue itself she has not noted any damage. You may have a blockage in an artery, but until the heart attack happens and it damages the heart, which would be visible upon autopsy, would not have been the cause of death. Thank you very much.
So
Idiot.
It's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease.
That did not happen.
But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease, because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term, right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about it.
If you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you please
Is it fair to
rescind that?
say
I accidentally
George Torres,
deleted
the
it.
decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood
I am
ethanol
so
was
sorry.
below the vitreous
Don,
value.
can you please rescind
Yes.
that? That was fabulous.
Given the vitreous
Oh my
value
God.
was a
Please rescind it
213,
ASAP.
is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I
archived
believe,
it,
a
but why did it go
0.015% per hour.
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about
I
right?
thought I was
Yes.
downloading it.
So
and
in
I
other words,
wasn't.
you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
Thank you.
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me see. What I'm saying is he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
You may.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification. Jay?
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
We stipulate J into evidence.
Was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I just confirmed the offense. The first one's number 5. What is this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and the 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there on his top of his left hand?
Yes.
All right, and the same for picture number 4.
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger.
And then it shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
And then here's picture number 2.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands. And that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open.
Y'all ready? Are y'all ready?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Yay! Could you hear it?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Is that too loud? It's Sarah Boone saying, we had a good day. The day she killed him, she was telling everybody, we had a good day. A good day. And then she's saying she was being abused. Could y'all hear that? Thank you, Dawn.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Yay! Oh, you're amazing. We need
And we
to
take
talk,
a picture
girlfriend.
to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's bruising here? On
Yes,
the right
there.
hand,
Was it too loud?
around the knuckle area?
Yes.
Area of the fingers, and also on the section here.
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which again is the left hand.
Yes.
Showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, John.
You may proceed.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when, the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these two levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it, because the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. Right? We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different, but I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death.
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Right? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. And again, for kind of the factors that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Sorry. So what are your thoughts? This is true, Haley Mouse. That is something that's not being considered. Look at this beautiful jar. Goodwill, $1. Shh. Don't tell anybody.
So,
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands. State, you may call your next witness. Yes.
what do you think about that testimony? I mean, I thought that was pretty good. It's very clear how he passed. No questions about it. I like her. M&Ms. I don't like the big M&Ms for some reason, but these little micro ones. Dark chocolate. I thought dark chocolate was okay. Yes, she has that god-awful eyeliner on again. Don't you start. I'll mute you.
We had a good day. It was a good day. We had a good day. It was a good day.
I'm going to have fun with that. People don't realize that putting that eyeliner on the bottom eye does not help unless you have super big eyes and you want to decrease the minimize. Let me get on Jules' Twitter account and see if I can.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research regarding the persons, places, things.
Okay. So Jules is really texting. Oh my gosh, she's twittering like crazy. Co-counsel and prosecution and Miss Owens went outside the courtroom about 2 hours ago. Left the bench. Sarah's entered the room. The state was expected to rest their case today, but because of the late start, maybe tomorrow. The state calls, okay, not observing any note-taking. 4 jurors are now taking notes. 3 female jurors and 1 male were taking notes. It's only allowed to speak to her male attorney. No chit-chatting with the girls. Oh, Sarah Boone got in trouble.
James Owens here. I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification. It was signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd.
The jury's not looking at Sarah Boone at all.
And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for identification State's Exhibit N. It is a 2-page.
The jurors were all paying very close attention to this testimony.
June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you.
Notes, the jurors did not seem to be taking notes on the redirect. The detective is up
Hey, anything
next.
else to
Which
add
one?
Over and above what Mr. Owens identified. All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn.
Miss Boone
earlier
is
today.
under
I hold in my
more
hand 2
control with her
stipulations.
animations.
The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan, okay. Sullivan Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney? Do you understand what this stipulation means? Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation? Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
What
The
stipulation?
court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit
For some reason, with this room, the signal
scratch out.
Why are you taking my jacket?
because that might be blocking the signal.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well? It is. All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her.
What?
State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as state's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney? Yes. Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it? Yes. Do you understand what this stipulation means? Yes. Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
What does
Did
this
anyone
mean?
force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation? All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations. So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? The stipulation that George is deceased? I thought that was understood. My God. Help me. Jesus, help me. My patience is not going to do well today with this stuff. Wow. What? There's an autopsy. How in the hell does that not mean the person has died? We have been talking about him being deceased for a day and a half now. Hence my confusion. I understand, Haley Mouse, but dang. Wow. Yeah, he didn't escape to the Bahamas. I'm kind of in shock. If you didn't notice.
State, you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you. You can be seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. Record reflect that all juror members have
John
raised
did
their
a fabulous
hands.
job.
State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been remarked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection as state 15.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
Copespel? Copespel? Is that what he said? Oh, she got her hair cut and everything. Oh, she's looking all cute. Oh, honey, boo-boo. And you ain't pregnant no more.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEREDITHMCCASKILL.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Don't know that person.
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? We'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures. And then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth. And then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes. So in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution. And then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes. So you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right. And so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker. So it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swab represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings. So taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
Was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres's fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent, represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs that come in as a Q-tip, and then you test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either
Gabby.
set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
So
Good morning.
Once
Just FYI, they were expecting the prosecution to rest today, but because of the delay, it may be tomorrow morning.
You develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a blood stain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Who?
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
May proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
What is Sheriff Lena currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
Can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
Ooh, don't get me in trouble.
I just want to shorten it.
Yes.
All right, so IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Thank you.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in
Don't get me
classroom
banned.
training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia. So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification. Do you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again, with my initials and dates. And if there's a later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
Remember, Sarah Boone was fighting awfully hard to get her hands on that phone. This may be interesting.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
I wonder why Boone was so aggressively trying to get her hands on
There's a
that
phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes. All
right. So this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or to the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Yes. The
memory refreshed.
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the sheriff's office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
They did not test the bat
objection.
roof for any DNA.
Marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. State 16.
Hot
Did you
coffee
do
chat.
anything with that item while you were
Hello.
on scene?
Yes.
Welcome.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to
Bye,
download her
Gabby.
phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your
It was used
familiarity
on the
with
bag.
training that you had in regards to using
The
that
suitcase.
software back in the time of February?
It was in the suitcase.
Yes.
So
One
no
of the
DNA
main
would be on
tools
it.
that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for
Makes it from
review.
a computer language.
So in
to
this
a
case, we used
language.
Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them. We're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially
That's the
with
whole
having
point
a
right there.
password or passcode.
No, he
Right.
was not.
So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think
We
Mac
had
has
a
its own
good
special
day.
iOS
It was
operating
a
system
good
as
day.
well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trained to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
What level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data, all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all
Hot coffee, you're fine. No. We welcome your comments.
Yes, when we export
can agree
it
to disagree.
or generate like in a PDF
comments are
version of that
welcome. You're
report,
fine.
all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the
Good point,
pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying
We're all good.
information
Hot coffee
such as
chats.
an IMEI,
I think that was a little sarcasm.
that is generated by the software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
God knows what she's going to say.
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all
I
those
could go
device
somewhere real bad
identifiers
with
from
that,
your
y'all.
phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, the cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach?
May.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Opening up the file labeled extraction. Guess we don't get that monitor. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report. Because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline. So we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida. So UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there's a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not unsure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, It indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
So true.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek. I shall.
Turning down to 17167. It's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds. And it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
Oh, here's the video. Video. They're showing it now. Ooh, can't wait for Jules to tell us what happens with the
For everything
jury.
you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. The word on.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real ransom. Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real ransom. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what I feel like when you chewing on me. Sarah. Fuck you. Breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Sarah.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there.
Okay, when the interpreter can come back, I need to share with what Jules said. Let me know when you're ready. And then I'll interpret a lawyer. You can do witness. We can bounce back and forth to help you out. 2 jurors were visibly upset, is what she said. She said several jurors were taking notes during the video. Most were just watching, just staring ahead. Wow. So visibly upset, the jurors. Okay, here we go.
Correct.
At least a download.
What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 80–85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsel or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Miss Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who is the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who is the identifying name for the outgoing text or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was associated email address.
Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please? Are you able to see that?
And no, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
Jules has a poll going right now, and it's guilty 93.8%, undecided 4.8%, and not guilty 1.4%. So maybe out of, I don't know how many voted, but maybe one person voted not guilty. Guilty. Everybody else is voting guilty. Oh, 150 votes. Okay. So 93.8% guilty. She says, not sure where Henderson's going with BB questions. Brian Boone questions. Sarah Boone's face and neck are very flushed right now. Is it from watching the video? Hard to say. Oh, she's going to hopefully hop on during lunch. But we have to make sure she gets time off, gets a break, eats, rests. I'm sorry, Haley Mouse. Yeah, I think that sealed it. There was ever any question, that sealed it. If I was on a jury, that's all she wrote. He's talking about answers, something about answers. He's really hard to lip read because he doesn't move his upper lip at all.
May we approach?
Yes.
She's not happy. She is not happy. I'm waiting to see what Miss Jules has to say. Oh. Yes, ma'am.
It would explain why she wanted her phone so bad.
Say that again.
So it would explain why wanted her phone so badly.
Well, yes, but she knew this video was out. She saw it when they interrogated her, but she still was fighting for it. So I was wondering if there's anything else that she was concerned about.
Maybe.
Oh, this
That
is the first
video.
time you've seen any. I mean, she's turned flushed, and this is the first time.
Yeah.
She's very
Yeah.
quiet today. She's not talking. She's not
She doesn't look.
communicating.
She doesn't look happy.
I think the attorneys had a discussion with her and told her, look, you're not one of us. You need to sit still, pay attention, quit moving papers around, quit talking to us, quit trying to run the show. We can't take care of this if you're doing that, because she is very quiet today compared to yesterday. Extremely quiet.
Yeah.
She is so not happy. He said, you just said, what are you talking about? What's the drama? What's the drama, Mama? Henderson is implying that Brian Boone is the owner of the phone.
Yes.
I don't know what
There's a
that
entry
matters.
on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name, because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
There was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device, other than we know outgoing. Obviously, the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message, in this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, that it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
I need you to interpret till I get this stuff up for the
You're
next
released.
witness.
Thank you very
please.
much.
Thank you.
I got to do computer
Any
stuff.
other
now.
witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A at the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
Okie dokie. We are on lunch. Let's kind of watch and see what happens. She's not been very happy today.
Hey, I just do not know why you can't interpret and computer stuff at the same time. You are the superwoman, Bess.
Even Superwoman could only had her limits too.
Well, eat a little more dark chocolate, honey. It'll help.
Boy, I'm watching Sarah Boone's face, man. She is not looking towards the jury.
Oh, she is not happy.
Something.
She wasn't
What's
happy
going
when that
on between her
video
and
was
her attorney
played.
today?
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, he probably told her.
Wait, we had some stuff go down.
Y'all may be seated.
Do it.
Thank
Do
you.
it.
State, anything we need to address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Copsel. I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony.
Did you freeze? Okay. You must have. There you are. I can't hear you. What happened?
Internet went down.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. I know you ran away. Oh, it's like all of a sudden he said 3 hours and you went, then you stopped.
Internet just
There.
died. I mean, it just cut off.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Internet went down. When it
I
does,
apologize. The internet just shut down. It's been kind of lagging. I don't know why, but it shut down.
Oh, it just needed a break.
Ever since that car wreck happened about a week ago, I got to get rid of these. I'm just inhaling. Like I
Wouldn't be them M&Ms, would it?
They're little. They're microscopic, so it's not like I'm getting a whole lot.
Yeah.
So I like
but
the little ones because I can eat 5 or 6 of those for one of the regular.
That makes you feel like you're not being so bad, huh?
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm being so bad. This is just one of those days, y'all. I'm so sorry.
I do understand. I hate those days.
So waiting for Jules. She's probably talking to Mr. R.A. or somebody, and then she'll be back. So basically, Mr. Henderson is implying that Brian Boone is the owner of the phone.
He's trying to imply anyway.
Just because he owns the phone hold on, I'm making a note. Just because he owns the phone does not mean he's responsible for the use of the phone, meaning Sarah Boone is using the phone. Those messages are being sent by Sarah Boone, not by Brian Boone. I mean,
yeah.
all of our phones are under one person in our family, and just because the other people have the phone and actually keep the phone, it's their phone and it's their communication, doesn't mean that the person who's on the account is the one doing all the dirty deeds. So
yeah.
Yep. So if we ever just disappear like that, like cut off, disappear, it's always an internet issue. Always. We're going to listen, play court for this because we're trying to catch up with everybody. Are you kidding me? It's
Drop it off.
good today.
Leave it in my lab. He mentioned something about the insurance.
So we're
money or
listening
the
to phone calls from
money.
jail. You don't have to.
Okay.
If you want to take a break and come back at 2 your time, that's fine.
Sounds like because I got paperwork I got to get done.
All right, bye.
Nah.
The me and only me. None of those
Stay in the background.
I will.
I'm just taking you off.
So does Michael understand, I guess, the severity of Chris and Scott?
I'll be back, y'all.
Yes, we enlighten them to a lot of key information that they did not know already, because, they kind of walked in this, but now, I mean, we sat down for 3 hours. Like, as you know, we could have sat there for 4 days and really gone over everything, but we got them the majority of the key information, all the hard facts. I got that all to them. So if they're in the loop, then I told them to reach out to me anytime, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that they have. But everything is as good as it can be, and now we wait. Because he's, I think it's going to be, well, I'll let you know. I know did he tell you about court? Yes, but do not, do not. And that's why I just, and it can be changed. Yeah. But I'm going to put plan on that. But I'm glad they got over there and were able to talk to you today. Good, yeah. And he said that Michael may be back this afternoon because we're fixing to go on lockdown here. And so anyway, he said that probably Michael will be back this afternoon, or they would be back this afternoon. Okay. So, okay. But how are you? Did you eat today? I did. We actually had egos this morning, so
Oh, wow.
I actually had that, and so that's just keep hope.
Keep hope. I know. I'm trying. My stomach has been, I mean, I was so sick yesterday. I called out of work, and so today I woke up and Chad was sick and I was sick. I mean, our insides are just up over there.
Right. Right. Well, call Rusty back, tell him that I met with him,
Okay.
and tell him that I basically told, I mean, he took notes and the other girl took notes, and that kind of stuff. So he was looking back on his phone. I guess he had the notes that you all had, put in yesterday. So if I get a chance, I'll call you back. Are you working today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If I get a chance,
So
but it
I'm
will
headed.
be probably this evening before.
Yeah. Well, I'm headed straight out to your house after work.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Y'all,
we're gonna have to
12:30,
call a police
12:45,
officer
we're going to go to the
report
Ashley Benefield
it.
motion
So hopefully they'll come
hearing.
and do that. But,
Right.
if not, I'll have Dad. We'll figure it out.
Right. Just keep your phone with you out there so that if I can get hold of you, then I can.
Okay.
Okay. I love you.
All right. I love you too. Thank you.
Next one's calls 4, July 5th, 2019.
Is your
4 minutes and 59 seconds long.
name on a line? Hold for acceptance.
Her breathing is a lot more rapid than it has been.
This is a prepaid call from an inmate. Your call has been accepted.
Hey, let me caution you not to say anything.
I know. Sherry tried to hug me as we were leaving. That didn't go very well.
See, I never did. He told me do not look back that direction. So.
No, they were all there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christmas got there?
Yeah. Dressed in a suit. Acting like somebody.
Oh. Is Emily there?
Yep. Looking like hell.
Do what?
She looked terrible.
She pregnant?
Nope. Looked like she needed to eat about 10 burgers, to tell you the truth.
Oh, wow. When
Yeah,
did you have
looked
Olivia?
terrible. It was Chris, because he wasn't there, because he was a warrant out for his arrest. Well, probably, I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to step foot in the courthouse, but no, she didn't have her there. But John and Nancy were there.
Did you talk to Michael afterwards?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a few questions for people, but otherwise I still stand the way I do.
Do what now?
But I have a few questions, but otherwise, other than that, I still stand where I always stood. So, but how are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I am. I mean, they brought me straight back over here, and, I sat downstairs in a holding cell for, 30, 45 minutes, I guess, and then they brought me upstairs, or brought me to my regular place.
We got in the car. I booked out of there because Sherry tried to give me a hug, and I was in the mood to talking to anybody. And so we got out in the car and we were pulling out, and then Michael texted me and asked me where I was, so we came back and we talked to him and Scott for a minute.
Was that Scott who was sitting next to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly who that was. That's who he addressed at the end of it. Okay. And it was always a pleasure. But,
So about the carpet
yeah.
on the stairs,
Uh-huh.
I mean, really?
I mean, I figured that's when Motley did it. But I
Do
don't
what
know.
now?
I figured if there was, that was because Motley.
Well, Michael said there wasn't.
Well, yeah, that's what I want to know. Why wasn't there any carpet taken? But, that's we'll talk about that another time, and I'll handle that later. But
Well, I sat and wrote down everything and told him during the trial what all was, wrong.
yeah, we talked to him during the break and everything.
Okay.
So he asked a lot of the questions that I want to ask. But obviously we're getting to the nitty gritty of it later on.
Right.
But next, we'll see your bond hearing, and we've got to figure that out. I just don't know if we'll have any property substantial enough to, because if it's out of county, it's got to be double. So we'll see how that goes, but you'll still have one nonetheless.
Okay. Have you talked to Rusty about what they said?
No, but I was curious to know if he watched it live stream, but no, I have not. I haven't called anybody. I don't feel like talking to anybody.
Right.
I did talk to David briefly, but it was just for a minute or two.
Right. Okay. Well, you need to call him and about that, what they said that he said,
Yeah.
and be very honest with him.
Yeah. One of the only really question that I have.
Right. All right. Well, first we got back to lockdown, but I was just going to hear your voice.
All right. I love you.
I love you.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Calls 5, July 5th, 2019.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. Can y'all hear Miss Jules? We have Miss Jules on the phone. Hey, babe, how's it going?
Okay, I don't feel very well today, so I had to step out twice. But before we talk about the trial, I want to say thank you to you, Ada, and to your community. Yeah, I was listening to you last night. I was exhausted. I fell asleep while you were on stream, and when I woke up at 2 a.m., my phone was next to me, and I looked. Obviously the stream was over, but I saw your messages and about what your community did for me, and I truly appreciate you all. You have a wonderful community, so thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're more than welcome. You're working hard and against all odds to be there, and so we just want to bless you as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. All right, so start asking me questions so I can answer them.
Well, the first thing is, of course, we know a lot about, but the biggest thing was the last part. What was the jury's reactions? I read some of your comments, but I want to know more details. First of all, on our end, we could see Sarah Boone went really red during and after that. So talk to us. Tell us about what's happened.
She has been, her face and neck has been flushed all day. She has been staring straight all day. The only person that she has spoken to is Mr. Owens. Now, I will say this this morning, and this was before the jury even came in and stuff. The deputy that takes care of the courtroom that lets us in and out did go over to the defense counsel's table and was speaking with Mr. Owens, and then I heard Mr. Owens speaking to Sarah, Mr. Henderson, and the rest of the legal team, and he said she is not allowed to turn around and speak to the jury consultant, that's the bond, and Mr. Henderson's daughter, she's the other lawyer, the female. She is only allowed to speak to me, Mr. Henderson, and I forget his name. I think it's Mr.
The
Beck or
actual
something like that.
lawyers.
Yeah, and she is no, and so I don't know if she was unhappy from the get-go with that or just in general, because Mr. Owens did approach me today, and he did tell me that this was before the fiasco with all the jurors, not just the jury in this case, but in the entire courthouse. In any case, he said that the state was resting today and that tomorrow Sarah would take the stand. But because we got a late start, now he approached me a little while later and said, because we having a late start, I don't know if the state is going to rest today. They may rest tomorrow morning. And I said to him, but either way, Sarah's taking the stand first, right? And he said, yes. And he said, and we'll be going home on Friday. And I said, really? He goes, and he told me he has Sarah and 2 witnesses. That's it. And he will be resting on Wednesday. Rebuttal will be part of Wednesday. He expects this to be going to the jury on Thursday.
Yay. Wow. See, this is why we are blessing Miss Jules, y'all. I hope so, because I got that wedding come Friday. Well, but all right. Now, let me say this. I have been saying on my live since day one of Sarah Boone, including the motion hearings and all that, because she's always turning around and doing. She's not allowed to be doing that. And in fact, I'm surprised the prison guards have not gotten onto her, or the sheriff deputies, because she's to sit down and face forward. They're not allowed to turn around at all. They're not to communicate with anybody behind them at all. They can communicate to people left and right. But if you're sitting behind them, they're not allowed to be turning around and smiling and waving and none of that. That's totally improper. So I'm sure that those who were in charge of her were told to get her under control.
So, well, that I don't know. I'm going to try to have a conversation with Mr. Owens after court today. Mr. Owens is definitely ripe for a conversation. I've never had an attorney ever approach me like that. I'm usually the one that does the approaching. But no, he approached me once inside the courtroom and once outside of the courtroom. So, and Mr. Henderson,
he knows who you are.
Apparently he does. I don't know how, but but apparently he knows who I am. That is the only interaction I have ever had with him, other than him holding a door open. And Mr. Henderson does the same thing, upon entering or exiting. If you're there, both of them, they're Southern gentlemen without a doubt. I like her entire legal team. They're very, very nice. And they're doing their job. Mr. J and Mr. Cacciatore as well are doing their jobs. I think Mr. Cacciatore is, excuse me, I don't feel well. I did not mean to do that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We didn't hear it. Whatever that was.
Okay, it was me. I like Mr. Cacciatore's approach, where he goes in with direct questions, get those answers, and does nothing else, and sits down, and because he's not giving much for the defense team to work with. He's not opening up the door for the defense. So there's that. And like with this last witness, the forensic examiner for the Celebrite data, Mr. J did the direct examination for her, and he did the same thing, and he left nothing for Mr. Henderson to work with. I mean, Mr. Henderson had nothing to work with on her. And And that's that. Other than intimating that it was Brian Boone, and we know it isn't.
Well, even if Brian Boone owns the phone, does not mean pays for the bill, so to speak. Hello Britt says Owens did say he likes to watch court on YouTube, so maybe he knows Jules from that.
Maybe, I don't know.
I would love to have him come on as a live interview. I would love to have him come on. I think
Well,
that'd be
you'd have to reach
fabulous.
out to him.
I don't know how. Well, I guess I can reach out to his office. But so tell me about the jury's reaction to the video.
Two of them were visibly upset. They were both in the first row. One is a female. She sits closest to Sarah, and then 4 jurors down is a male juror. So it was the female and the male. You can tell both were visibly upset, and so yeah.
Wow, that
But
was very impactful.
Yeah, though none of them looked at her while the video was being played. They definitely were very intent watching the video.
Wow. We've seen it and we've kind of been desensitized. Although I really struggle when I see it move. I don't care how many times I see that video. Watching him moving and wiggling in that suitcase to me is just worse than hearing the voice, which I really don't hear. So maybe that's why, because I really don't hear.
Did you guys happen to hear, because I left the courtroom when they were talking about, working late tonight and blah, blah, blah. But did you hear them? Did you hear Judge Kranick say what time lunch is over? Is it at 2?
2.
Okay, great. Because I still need to put something in my stomach. No, I'm glad I asked, because I missed that. But the state wants to rest today, and that's why Judge Kranick wants to go late. But there's a problem. One juror has to pick up our. Yeah. So I think he may give that juror the opportunity to maybe call home, or see if an alternate arrangement could be made. I think it's going to depend on how Judge Kranick puts it. If Judge Kranick puts it like, we could be over, this could be over this week.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
really impressed with this.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm really impressed with the prosecution and how they're running their case. They're not mincing words, man. They're just laying it out and moving on, and I appreciate that. Of course, I always get bored with Cellbrite data. I'm always.
But I'm impressed with both the defense and the prosecution team. I'm impressed with both of them. They're both very, very professional. At all times. I can tell you this for sure, though. There is absolutely no love lost between Mr. Owens and Mr. J. None.
Oh, no.
Because usually, and I've seen this happen so many times, inside court, while court is going on, yes, tensions rise, words are spat back and forth, but during breaks, they're laughing and they joke with one another, they're talking about things, and that is not happening here. That is not happening here. Yeah. Mr. J is not speaking to anyone from the defense team. However, Mr. Cacciatore is, and that's how Mr. Owens found out about the prosecution resting. Is Mr. Cacciatore and Mr. Owens went out into the hall and spoke and came back. And when they came back, that's when Mr. Owens approached me.
Well, your poll says it all. 94% guilty, 1.3 or 4% not guilty, and the rest was undecided.
But I don't know how many people actually voted, though.
120. Let me go
Oh,
back.
thank
Okay.
you. Oh,
Now
good.
it's
Thank you.
okay. Here's the numbers: 230 votes,
Okay.
94.3 guilty, 1.3 not guilty, 4.3 undecided.
Yeah.
So you've got about almost 5.5, 5.6% not guilty. The rest is guilty. So, or undecided. So, wow, that's a huge thing. So the next thing is, how long is it going to take for the jury to deliberate? This video was the nail in the coffin for me. I think they had already set it up to the point that even without the video, I think the jury could get to guilty, but it would have been harder. But once you show that video, that's it.
Yeah. So I agree with you on that one.
So there's nobody in the audience on her behalf or sitting for her?
No one. It's just media.
Is the Torres family still there?
Yes, and as well as the victim's advocate is with them.
Of course. So how are they holding up? My heart goes
Fine.
out to
It's
him.
the younger ones. His parents are not here. I don't know if these are his children. I don't know who they are. I wanted to ask the victim's advocate, and then I thought, you know what? Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. So I didn't do it.
Well, the thing is they do have Blanca, Moses, Maricel, Torres as witnesses. Father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law.
But they haven't been called.
No, they have not. But
Yeah,
that was
just
also
because
possibly a way to keep the defense from messing with, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But
in any case,
yep.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 12:59 for you.
Okay, so then yeah, I need to go get something. I hope this I will try to call you after court, like I said, after or on the if he wants to work late and he can, I don't think there might not be an afternoon break. There might be just a potty break and that's it.
I'm going to be on as long as they are, and then we're going to try and do some catch up on the Melody Walker Ferris trial during the break.
All right. Does anybody in the chat have any questions before I hang up?
Is there any questions in chat? We'll give it a few seconds because we are delayed, of course.
Yeah.
So, but how is Chris holding up?
He's fine. He's actually doing a video with Mert while I'm manning the car. So I'm sitting in the car because if I do it inside the courthouse, it's too noisy. I can't hear whoever's on the other side of the phone. They can't hear me. If I stand outside, it's breezy, so you get that windy noise. So I booted them out and said, I need because my car is officially the media car. There's an actual media sign on my car. So I'm sitting in a hot, as a matter of fact, put the air now. I freeze in the courtroom and come outside and die. And today is not a good day, and I totally understand what my kids, we had a family conference. Oh, that's right. I don't have to say it. I told you yesterday.
You saw, I take a break. If you know she's not going to testify till tomorrow, go back to your little Airbnb and watch it on TV.
I left the courtroom twice. I fell asleep early. I woke up at 2 a.m. for a potty break and went right back to sleep, and then had to get up at 5 a.m. So Chris can be as close to the hub as possible, which we were the second ones here. West News was here before us, but they're not plugged into the it's what do you call it?
The media box.
Yeah, yeah. So we're literally in front of the media box, but Fox 25 is plugged into the media box. So in any case, I let Chris know that I had RA to call, I had legal advices, and I had you, and so he's like, no problem. He says, I'm going to do a video with Mert, and I was like, cool. So
Yeah,
can
I
give him a
have it.
call
I
where
have
it's
it in the
quiet.
background. I saw that they were going live, but listen,
All right.
please
Does
take care of
anybody
yourself.
have any
Get some rest.
questions before?
No, the only question was how was Sarah Boone during the video while it was being played?
She just stared straight ahead. Yeah, she just stared straight ahead. She did a lot of blinking, but there was no reaction. And again, she might have been told from Mr. Owens or Mr. Henderson, whoever, to, I don't want you to react, so there's that.
Well, what about when they were showing the photos of the victim in court? Now, we did not see but one photo of the shoulder. Now, we did see part of his mouth, which I had to turn off, but how did that go over?
Well, it went over bad for me, I can tell you that. The autopsy photos were just same thing with the jurors. Now, I will say this: while the autopsy photos were being shown, the jurors did a lot of note taking. But again, she was just staring straight ahead. She made no eye contact with anyone.
Well, it sounds like she's back under control, which was needed. Not to be mean, but she was acting like this as a performance instead of a fight for her life. So I'm glad to see that she's no longer goofing off and smiling and waving and doing all that stuff. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And I would surmise that that's more of a thing with the sheriff's department than anybody, because they normally do not allow that kind of behavior from inmates. Oh, Zach says, to be fair, whatever reaction she has will be considered wrong.
He's absolutely correct. 100%. I'm with him no matter what.
Well, actually, I think what she's doing now is more appropriate. It's not necessarily wrong or right. It's her behavior today is the way it should have been all along. The less attention she draws to herself, the more focus on the testimony and what her attorneys are saying is more important than look at me.
Yeah.
So I feel her behavior today in court is more appropriate. So, all right, love, go get some lunch. We will talk at you later, love. We love you and we bless you.
Thank you.
And we look
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing from you again soon.
Yeah, after court. After court. All right. Or if they have an afternoon break. I don't know what Judge Cranick decides to do, but yeah, you'll hear from me. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks, love.
All right.
Bye.
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Oh, I got to do this, guys, because that car was itching. What people don't realize is when you have hearing aids in and there's a lot of weird, sharp kind of noise, it rattles the eardrum and it's very irritating. It's like, it feels like a bug's in there. So anyway, thank you so much, Jules. You were so fabulous. So we got some insider information. Jules said that Sarah Boone, will be testifying tomorrow. My lunch arrived by the courtesy of my fabulous son. So that's where we are. We're going to go ahead. We're going to let this trial run. I know people are going to be in and out. I will do a recap in a little bit. I'm looking at something. Hold on. I'm zooming. I'm trying to.
On the line. Hold for acceptance.
Well, the other trial is still on lunch, I believe. We need to pre-prepared here. Let me get it. There we go. Lunch.
I hope he can man up to it. He needs to.
I gotta
Checked
come
out
back a little.
everything and like some more stuff up in the garage.
Okay. Oh, let me get this back just a little bit. I love my mic. My mic stand, maybe not so much. Gosh, but it's better than what I had before, I guess. Let me zoom.
5 minutes and 5 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except for privileged communications between attorney and client. Please select from the following options. If your call has been accepted.
Baby,
Sort of.
good.
Laying across the bed.
You okay?
Yeah. You know, bathroom, shower, lay down.
Yeah.
Bathroom, shower, lay down.
Well, hey, today's Saturday. Today's shower day.
Oh,
So I got to have a shower.
that'll be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Shower helps him.
It does.
Mm-hmm. You just
Can you
one
hear the
once a week or
strain?
what?
Shower. Yeah. No. I mean, a couple of times a week.
Okay. That's good.
But hey, Wanda had leishos.
Oh, that makes you feel better.
So another 2 days, my hair will be done.
Yeah. Maybe.
So anyway, Ben and Chad came last night.
Did they?
She said that Emily had blown out another email about her wedding dress and other things that she wanted out of the house, etc.
Her schedule.
I think Amanda has made it her schedule. And she was coming this weekend. She's like, I got to work, on Saturday, and then.
Yeah. Get stuff and give it to her. All good.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Anything new in your world?
No.
How's your kids?
They're okay. It's okay.
He seems a lot more distant than he did the first call.
Being quite pretty. It's been kind of nice. I mean, not that they ever had any crosswords. We went out to dinner together the other night. Just the two of them.
Forward.
Yeah. Forward.
How's MJ doing?
She's pretty crushed. Just thinking about you there.
No, tell her I'm okay. I mean, there's pretty much a set schedule every day. It goes by pretty quickly. So, have a calendar. You mark it off every day.
Right.
So,
I go see her.
do what?
I said, I go see her and talk.
If she needs anything. I know this is not what you bargained for with her.
Do you see how distant he sounds?
Did they come and got
Right.
Mercedes yet?
No. As of yesterday, been by there.
Well, Amanda said she told Jeff where it was. He's like, well, how am I going to get it? She said, that's your problem. Amanda has got a backbone to her.
Blame her on that one.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you.
I think we're going to be out this afternoon, so maybe I'll call you this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. Be strong.
I will. You too.
All right.
Love you.
Love you. Bye-bye.
He's very distant. Very distant.
Call 12, June 29th, 2019 is 5 minutes, 30 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored except for privileged communications between attorney and client. Please select from the following options. Your call has been accepted.
Hey, baby.
Darling,
What you doing?
came upstairs. Like, you.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Sitting outside the pool with a bunch of girls and a bunch of kids.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm.
What you do today?
A whole lot of nothing. I did get my bow and other stuff out for my bow to start practicing with. And actually worked on the deal today. Well, I've really done a whole lot of it. A lot of fiddling stuff.
Right. Did you see MJ?
No, I haven't seen her today. I actually met her brother and left the place for a couple hours. Learned all about wax.
Learned all about what?
Wax.
Still didn't understand you.
Wax.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just talked to Amanda, and she said that she had gotten a email forwarded from Jeff today that he had sent Amanda and Chris and Scott, so that I had signed over everything to Amanda, and that they had to go through Amanda for everything.
Okay. Go over like a lead balloon.
I'm sure.
No matter what you do, it's they're going to teach about it.
Yeah. I think that it's probably, Amanda said that they had gone by last night after they left here and watered the horses and checked on everything and locked some more stuff up in the garage, and, that kind of stuff that
Right.
still, Scott hadn't done anything else.
Yeah. He ain't doing nothing but working and drinking and sleeping.
Mm-hmm. So they're going to come here in the morning because I got Cameron tomorrow. They've got to go get Cameron tomorrow afternoon. So I'm just going to stay with them the next few days. So
Okay.
and they were going to go by the house and check on things and kind of see Scott was there.
All right.
I said, well, please check on Lily. She is still, you know, a living, breathing little animal.
Right.
So I said, if it doesn't look like he's taking care of her, then let Blaine take. Oh, and the email went out too that if, you know, they continue to cause a problem with selling the house or anything like that, then action would be taken against them.
Baby, what a mess.
That kid, and I'm sitting here.
Yeah. All because of them.
All because of them.
Yeah, these are phone calls with Rusty, the infamous boyfriend.
Forward. Forward.
Forward. Oh.
You okay?
Yeah. Okay is okay for me.
Yeah. Today's been a long day.
Sure.
Okay. Hey, another closer to.
Okay.
Another closer.
Yep.
I love you.
I love you, baby.
All right. I'm going to let some others use the phone. I need to call
Okay.
kids.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, I have to take a moment and thank you, Dawn, for this.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Thank you for the soundbite. Dawn, you are simply amazing. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate you. So we're going to start using this when it's.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
I'm sorry. I love the soundbite.
I need to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I love you.
Bye.
Huggy, huggy, kiss, 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 whoosh, 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 whooshy.
Cause 13, July 5th, 2019. It's already been introduced and played with Rusty Barton. So I'm going to go to calls 14, July 5th, 2019. It's 15 minutes and 4 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed, and they automatically disconnect this call. Your call has been accepted.
Darling.
What you doing?
Sitting in the bed, flipping through channels.
Not ready. I didn't tell you earlier. Figured you were eating dinner.
Yes. You know, and there's 20 people over here.
No, okay. You okay?
They were having a surprise birthday party for a guy whose girlfriend had dumped him, trying to make him feel better. And at the last minute, he told him, and he didn't know it was for him, and he told him he wasn't coming. Yeah. So anyway, all the small group bunch in there eating leftovers from yesterday. Yesterday.
You okay?
That's all. Yes, I am. Good visit with Chad and Amanda. Chad did most of the talking. It was a good conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sounded better when I talked to her earlier.
Did you talk to her since?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was good and went very well, and they were very, very nice, and I was thankful. And so they would stay in touch.
Oh, have you talked to Bobby?
Actually, just got off the phone with him.
Have he watched it?
I think he watched parts of it. We talked about it basically in its entirety. And, he didn't think it was very strong.
That's what Michael said. I mean, I've thought of it, 10,000 times in the last,
Yeah.
8.5
Well,
hours.
they talked about Scott, way more than they talked about you. And like, okay, Scott went in the house, Scott went out of the house, Scott went up here, Scott went over here, Scott did this, Scott, the only one seen a gun was Scott. It was all Scott, like, hello, you listen to your own words.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah. And so what did they have on her? Well, she's the spouse and she had been having an affair. That was it.
Well, am I remembering correctly that the T-shirt and the cream has not come back anything conclusive?
I never understood whether it did or whether it didn't. I couldn't really comprehend what he was saying.
No, I couldn't either.
But I'm thinking that, y'all live in the same house, you're around the same thing, you're doing the same thing. It's kind of hard. So you want to have each other's DNA on,
exactly.
clothes that could have been there for whatever. I don't know. It don't seem like that's really powerful stuff to me.
God only knows, Toy.
What do I know?
But it sounded like there's a lot of stuff that hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, and some of that didn't make sense either. Like, it's been a year.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how long she stayed in jail? Because she's not there now.
Oh. Okay.
I just didn't sleep much last night, and then of course certainly haven't slept any today.
I understand that.
Not quite remember what sleep is.
Yeah, no, me neither.
I think I've aged, 20 years in the last, 2.5 weeks.
No doubt about it.
I was on hold at the bank. The bank. Guess how long the freaking hold time was? I was.
We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day.
Until I heard my hold time. 2 hours and 45 minutes hold for the bank. Just amazes me. Yeah, this is pretty boring. I'll admit. Do y'all mind if we zoom through this?
So,
I'm zooming.
Okay.
and then you can get it to her.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start back here. I don't understand all these conversations. There's nothing in the conversation that would lead me to believe that there was anything going on other than family dealing with stuff.
It is July 12th, 2019. It's 3 minutes and 41 seconds long.
Good.
Please remain on the line.
2 hours and 45 minutes. I know.
This is a prepaid call from
Melody Ferris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by Consolidated Telecom. Your call has been accepted.
Hey,
Baby.
Okay, we're going back to this thing. We are waiting for, okay, for those of you who don't know, this case here is the Ashley Beneful, where she is alleged to unalived her husband over the custody of their daughter. It is pretty interesting, I shall say. But she was found guilty. She said it was in self-defense. She unalived him in self-defense. Once again, this is another little Sarah Boone type trial here. And so interesting fact is that they are claiming that there was misbehavior within the jury panel. So yes, this is going to be interesting, y'all. So this is a motion hearing concerning all of that. But she apparently supposedly unalived her husband. The ballerina, we called her the Black Swan. Why is this so? Anyway, it's the Black Swan. So we are waiting for that. So that's supposed to start soon. So we'll go back over here until it does.
Correct.
Yeah. And who she's going to be with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, baby.
We'll go back just a hair. Get the context.
I'm surprised you got to use the phone this time of day.
Yeah. Things are.
No schedule.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Probably by design.
Mm-hmm. Very much.
Can you imagine doing this for a job?
Michael's office came today. Enlightened.
You
Listening to inmate phone calls.
But yes, be careful who you tell Tuesday.
know, other than Bobby and
Okay. Are you ready to move forward?
Ready. We'll waiver of presence.
Okay.
So they're
All right, good
waiving.
afternoon, everybody. We're here in
Benefield.
2020 CF 3014, State of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield. Miss Benefield is not present in court. Her presence has been waived by her attorneys, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Pennell. Present for the state is Miss O'Donnell and Miss Friel.
Darn,
We're here today
everyone's
for
here.
the oral arguments, closing arguments related to the motion for new trial. When
Denied.
you were last here, Mr. Pennell, you were not able to make it for some reason, so the request was made as opposed to written closings that we do them orally. And it was my understanding that you're going to be doing that, so that's why we continued it or left it on for today. Are you ready to go forward?
I am. I just want to confirm that you also received my written submission.
All right, so here's what I received recently. I have an email from you to my assistant. This is Sunday, October 20th, so yesterday at 3:35 p.m. It includes defendant's memorandum of law in support of motion for new trial based on juror misconduct, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. I received an email yesterday, Sunday, October 20th at 3:38 p.m. from you. It says that attached is case law that was mistakenly omitted from the previous email. I received an email Saturday, October 19th at 1:13 p.m. from Miss Duckett to my assistant Attached is a filed copy of the defense's motion for downward departure. And then another email Sunday, October 20th, so yesterday at 10:07 p.m., saying it was supplemental Exhibit 2 to the sentencing memo, and it was several letters. That's what I've received in the last couple of days. Did I get what I was supposed to get?
You got, I submitted the memo and the 4 cases. It sounds like you received both.
Yes, I did. State, did you submit anything that I was supposed to review?
I did on Monday of last week. It's, I'm gonna look and see what date it is. Should be the 14th. State's response to defense motion for new trial based on juror misconduct. Poster interviews, did you receive that one?
I don't see it in any of my packets. It may be upstairs. If not, I'm sure Kelly is listening and she'll print out a copy for me.
Okay.
But I will say that I have not had a chance to review either your response, State, or the defendant's memorandum of law in support of motion. The 3 exhibits, although I think I've seen the 3 exhibits. Those look like transcripts that I already had, and the case law. None of it has been reviewed because obviously it just came in. All right, Mr. Pennell, when we were here last time, I said I would give each side 15 minutes. It's your burden. Do you want to reserve any for rebuttal?
Can we reserve 4 minutes? And I believe Mr. Taylor was going to do 4 minutes, and then I would do, let me do my math, 7. Which I think is 4 plus 7 plus 4, I think equals 15. So yes, we're going to split the first 11, and then I'd like to do a 4-minute rebuttal if that's okay.
No. One of you can, I don't mind if you split the first and the closing or the rebuttal, but one person needs to make the first argument, second person needs to make the second argument. So how do you want to split it up?
I was intending to take 4 minutes to present facts. Mr. Pennell will take the remainder to present law. Of the remaining time, he wanted to reserve 4 minutes to be able to respond to the state's position. I would assume the court, once the state concludes, is going to ask Mr. Pennell if he has any rebuttal. That was the reason why.
And so if you want to reserve 4 minutes for rebuttal, that's fine. But I mean, Mr. Taylor, you've been doing this a long time. So if one of you wants to make the first, I guess, 11 minutes of argument, that's fine. But we're not going to split up the first 11.
When we were here last, Your Honor, I inquired about that, and I represented the court as we did the last time.
Wah! Do what he says, for goodness sake.
Sure. If
You know,
wanna
that's one
spend
thing
the
bad
first
about
11
court. Some
minutes
days are
talking
very
about facts, and then the last
full
four
and
rebuttal,
entertaining,
just-
and others are boring as hell. That's
I
just
don't think
that's
I
just
even
court.
need to express how unusual it would be to split up an initial between 2 different attorneys. So one of you can present in the first 11 minutes, and then in the second, whatever you want to reserve for rebuttal, you certainly can reserve that.
I'll give us a moment, Your Honor. And I might add that the last time, that was exactly how we proceeded with the court's blessing. I did facts, Mr. Pennell concluded by doing the law.
Which one? Which hearing?
When we were here last before Your Honor, where Mr. Pennell was present.
It was on a motion to actually decide whether you're going to grant the interviews.
And it was.
Oh, inmates are fun.
I did the initial factual
Fun to talk to.
The court then allowed Mr. Pennell to.
All right, listen, I'm not going to get. Okay, fine, whatever.
Oh no, you do what the judge tells you. Who the hell do you think you are arguing with the judge?
All right, you're on the clock.
Really? Really? That judge is the law. If he says no, no is no. Why are you sitting here arguing with the freaking judge?
Respect to the jurors' interviews, and I'm going to focus on juror number 15. Sarah.
Oh God, here's another no volume.
Those 3 inquiries. The first was the form, which was signed under oath, and the question was, have you
I have
ever
it.
been
I have gained up 100%, y'all.
unquote. The second question that was asked by me during voir dire was, quote, have you
Voir
ever been
dire.
involved in domestic violence?
Voir dire.
courts, unquote. And the third question that was asked by Assistant State Attorney Suzanne O'Donnell was, quote, have you ever had any dispute with a significant other about their child or the custody of their child, unquote. The answers that Ms. Walcott gave at the voir dire phase of the trial to the first question was no. She had not been a victim of a crime, and she signed the form under oath. As to the second question, she did not respond. Have you ever been involved in domestic violence courts? And as to the third question, have you ever had any dispute with a significant other about their child or the custody of their child? She did not respond. At the juror,
I apologize to interrupt, but is someone on Zoom?
If they're coming in late, I'm not going to stop the proceedings.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
I'll take the 15 seconds, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Her explanation at the inquiry that was made by the court as to the first question, you ever been a victim of a crime, was she took the position it was dismissed, so she didn't think it was applicable and did not equate domestic violence with a crime, despite the fact that Mr. Ballinger was handcuffed and arrested right in front of her. Number two, my question, have you ever been involved in domestic violence courts? Ms. Walcott said that too was dismissed. She did not think it was applicable as a result, and she did not understand the word involved. As to question number three, have you ever had any dispute with a significant other about their child or the custody of their child? Ms. Walcott said that too was dismissed, so she didn't think it was applicable, but she did acknowledge and admit to knowledge of injunctions and her ex-husband's decision to seek custody of their minor child, as well as admitting that there had been disputes about the minor child's custody between them. Now, I'd like to direct this to Your Honor personally, if I may. Based upon our culture, our education, and our social status, which I would suggest is quite similar, if not identical, as a parent, when you ask your child, did you say this? Did you write this? Did you do this? Words have their ordinary and intended meaning. And that is a phrase we hear and see repeated in appellate decisions ad nauseum. There is an expectation, Your Honor, as a parent that the response will be direct and truthful. And the reason is because you will use that to evaluate the remedy that you believe to be appropriate as a result of the conduct. Now, I want to repeat the three questions that were asked.
That's the time. I'll give you the extra time for the interruption. Go ahead.
Three questions. You ever been a victim of a crime? You ever been involved in domestic violent courts? Have you ever had any dispute with a significant other about custody of your child? What is confusing about any of those questions? What is not clear about any of those questions? While at no moment for purposes of this hearing, Judge White, she lied when she came in here and gave those explanations, and everyone present in this courtroom knows she lied, whether they refute it, whether they object to it, or they choose to remain silent. But here's the thing. Here's the essence, the gravamen of this dilemma. It doesn't matter if she lied or not, because it's not about her. It's about us, the defense, Ms. Benefield, and what we knew as a result of her answers.
All
And
right,
given
thank you.
our remaining peremptory challenge, we would have excused her had the court not excused her for cause.
All right, sir, that's your 4 minutes. I gave you the
Last-
additional time.
Last sentence.
May I?
Pushy
Go ahead, Mr.
much?
Pennell. You have 7 minutes. You're on the clock.
Judge,
Oh.
my position that this is obviously an important decision of the court, but it's a straightforward analysis under the binding decisions of the Florida Supreme Court in De La Rosa and Roberts, and of the second DCA in the Fegan case that we provided to the court. It's now indisputable that Juror 15 gave dishonest answers and incomplete information to the court in response to the questionnaire and during voir dire.
Whoever's on that mic needs to
Based on that
mute it.
information, Ms. Benefield and her attorneys were not able to make an informed decision as to whether they would exercise a peremptory challenge to her serving on the jury. And the second DCA in the Fegan case says that a defendant has an inalienable right to make a peremptory challenge based on full knowledge and a complete disclosure by the juror. And Mr. Taylor's correct. Whether Juror 15 did it intentionally or not is irrelevant under the case law. It's the effect on the defendant and her ability to make an informed decision about a peremptory. It's our position that the most egregious of the omissions by Juror 15 was her failure to acknowledge that she had been involved in domestic violence court. At the subsequent hearing, she acknowledged she was the petitioner in a domestic violence petition, and the court has copies of that petition. At the top of the petition, it says petition for protection against domestic violence. So makes no logical sense. She wouldn't understand that. She was also, more importantly, the respondent in two domestic violence injunctions, also entitled on top, petition for protection against domestic violence. And in the second one, her husband, and they're both filed by her ex-husband. The first one was her ex-husband and her son, their son. And then the second was on behalf of the son. In the second one, the ex-husband specifically asked for custody and was awarded temporary custody of the minor child. So her answers that she did not know that she was involved in domestic violence courts are disingenuous and misled the defense in its decision-making process. Most importantly, the omissions are material, and there's a three-part test under De La Rosa. One of the elements is, did the juror conceal information? I think that's undisputed at this point. Two is the information relevant and material to jury service in this case. And what the De La Rosa case says is, if a potential juror is similarly situated to the opposing party, then it makes reasonable sense that the other party will want to exclude that person for cause or a peremptory. Here, by being the respondent and allegedly committing acts of domestic violence in a family situation, accused of threats and misconduct, it is similar to the allegations that Ms. Benefield made against Douglas Benefield. So those particular, the fact that she was a respondent in those two cases makes her similarly situated to Douglas Benefield and makes it clear that had that information been properly disclosed, Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benefield would have been suspicious of her, believed she may have been biased, and would have exercised a cause or a peremptory challenge. The third factor was the failure to disclose the information attributable to the complaining party's lack of diligence. And those cases discuss the sufficiency of the questions asked by the lawyers. And as Mr. Taylor, I think, adequately indicated, the questions in this case could not be any more clear. Have you been a victim of a crime? Were you involved in domestic violence cases? And have you been involved in a dispute about child custody with a significant other? Nothing there's nothing about those questions that are unclear. And if you look at the Roberts case,
Got it.
in that case, they just asked about litigation, and the lawyer, the potential juror, apparently explanation was that they didn't specifically say domestic assault or injunction, but they just said litigation was enough. Here we were more specific. It was domestic violence, course, and custody. In the Taylor case, Taylor versus Magana.
Yes, sir.
Under head note 11 of the opinion, they found that the questions were satisfied the due diligence inquiry because they were specific, unambiguous, and not cluttered with sophisticated or confusing legalese. Again, the questions here could not be more clear. It's our position that we've established the three-part test under De La Rosa. That shifts the burden to the state to show that any error was harmless. Under the facts of this case, they cannot meet that burden. And it's our position that the court is required
Aw,
by De La Rosa,
Dawn.
Roberts, and the Fegan case to grant the motion.
Thank you, sir. State, you're on the clock.
I just want to respond briefly to what counsel said about the Roberts case. If Your Honor reads the Roberts case, they did ask initially in the questionnaire about litigation, but one thing that was very important to the court was that Roberts' attorney during voir dire clearly clarified this inquiry, and he said, has there been any kind of lawsuit, divorce, collection of a debt, breach of contract, assault and battery, auto accident, defective product, medical negligence, divorce, domestic assault? And that's pretty clear. So that's why the Roberts case said it was clear in the Roberts case. It wasn't because of the questionnaire that said, have you ever been involved in a lawsuit? And if Your Honor reads this case, I think you'll see that the court would have a very different opinion if it had just been the questionnaire itself. So I do agree with the De La Rosa.
Why am I not
elements
hearing
that
it?
The defense has to prove. I do not agree that they have met those burdens. These facts are not undisputed whatsoever. I think the only one that could be termed as undisputed is the first thing that the defense mentioned, that was the questionnaire where juror 15 marked no when it said, have you ever been a victim of a crime? She testified that she answered no because she misunderstood. However, I do agree that that does not make a difference when you're looking at the case law. But nonetheless, she did raise her paddle, Judge, later on when the defense asked, has anyone experienced an abusive male? She raised her paddle. She testified that she raised her paddle, or it's in her letter that she gave to the court. Also, in Mr. O'Keefe's affidavit, Exhibit A, where it says experience abusive male, and it has the number 15 written down. She raised her paddle. So even if she said on her questionnaire she was not a victim of a crime, she did raise her paddle when she said, I've experienced an abusive male. So I don't think that it's clear that this was not rectified and remedied with that question. But however, even if the court believes that it was not rectified, the defense never followed up with any of these questions when they asked, has anyone ever experienced an abusive male? The defense never asked juror 15 any questions about this abusive male, never exercised due diligence, which is the third prong of the De La Rosa test. And also, Judge, and maybe most importantly, is that this issue, being a victim of a crime, is not material or relevant to the jury service of juror 15. That even if she withheld this info, that she was the victim, that's all we're talking about here, the victim of domestic violence, wouldn't that make her more sympathetic to Ashley Benefield, who is claiming she was the victim of domestic violence? So to insinuate the opposite, I think would be disingenuous. I think it would align her more with the defendant than it would Doug Benefield. And perhaps most importantly is this issue could not have been that material because another juror, according to Mr. O'Keefe's affidavit, raised their paddle when they were asked, have you ever experienced an abusive male? Number 35 raised her paddle, and she was seated on the jury. She was never struck, and she was never asked any questions about the abusive male. So it's hard for the defense to try and say that this is material when they did not treat juror 35 any differently than they did juror 15. So the state's argument is that they have not met their burden, the De La Rosa factors on the first issue. The second issue is, have you ever been involved in domestic violence courts? First of all, Judge, the term domestic violence courts is very vague. I don't even know that I know what a domestic violence court is. Is that criminal? Is that civil? Is this an injunction? Is this a divorce decree? What exactly is this? And I think it was incumbent upon the attorneys to establish that and to flesh that out. And if you took the defense's transcript or you were here, they did not delve into that domestic violence courts and did not expound any on what exactly is a domestic violence court. Just because there's an injunction doesn't mean that anyone ever went to court or that anyone ever argued it or that a decision was ever made. So as to whether the information was concealed, this information was never concealed because these items were the injunctions, which is what we're specifically talking about, were dismissed. They were not litigated. There was no follow-up questions by the defense, so there was no due diligence. And then I would argue again that they're not material or relevant to this juror's jury service, and it would be the same argument as the previous issue. As to the last issue, have you ever had a child custody dispute? That was something that I asked. Juror 15 testified that she does not recall whether she raised her paddle or not. So I don't know that we can say that she didn't raise her paddle, but she said she did not recall. She did say that she did not see these issues with injunction as child custody dispute. She said to Your Honor that nobody filed for any motion to amend child custody or nobody went to court for a divorce court or family court to amend the custody agreement. And Judge, if you notice from the transcript, the state never defined what child custody dispute meant. I never went into what exactly that meant. I never asked them specifically. I just asked child custody. There is a real possibility that these allegations were not even termed as disputes. Just because someone makes an allegation doesn't mean that there's this contentious dispute. It's just someone's making a wild allegation. The wild allegation is dismissed. So she did not withhold the information because, technically speaking, there were no child custody disputes. There were no motions to amend child custody. And again, the defense did not follow up with the questions because the defense did do questions after the state's questions. They did not expound or clarify any of the issues related to child custody. So for these reasons, I would say that the defense has not met their burden under De La Rosa, and I would ask you to deny.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Pennell, I had to look at my phonetics. Apologize.
It should be.
You actually,
The way it says it's an E, so I no worries.
sir, you actually had a little bit of time left from before, so I'm going to add that in. So you have four and a half minutes.
Appreciate it, Judge.
Yes, sir.
The state's focus is in our position is misplaced. They're focused overly on the abusive male question. Certainly, there's a difference between encountering an abusive male and you could be abusive verbally, physically, doesn't necessarily make you a crime victim. But that's besides the point. When you read our memo, you'll see that we're relying primarily on the omissions in response to the question about domestic violence courts and child custody. And to suggest that an individual that filled out a petition, filed it in court, and the petition is entitled Petition for Protection Against Domestic Violence, doesn't know that they're involved in domestic violence courts, or that the question wasn't sufficient, is just defies logic. No one can reach that conclusion. No reasonable person can reach that conclusion. The question's clearly sufficient. She filed it with the court. Then there was 2 petitions filed against her in court with the same title. And the idea that it's not a dispute, well, I don't know. The last time I checked, the court cases said, quote, ex-husband versus juror 15. Seems like a dispute to me. He's asking for custody until she's mentally stable. The judge grants a temporary injunction, and that's Exhibit D to the memo, and the judge grants custody. If that's not a dispute about custody, I don't know what is. So the questions were clear on their face. The answers were obviously evasive, and there was an omission. And there's no evidence that any of these questions were vague or unclear. The other jurors raised their paddles. They didn't have any problems. It was only juror 15. So it's our position, and again, by being a respondent who is alleged to have committed acts of domestic violence against her ex-husband, which also involved a child they had together, puts her in a similar situation as Douglas Benefield. And this isn't just me saying it. This is De La Rosa. This is the case from the Florida Supreme Court that both sides agree is the controlling decision. And it says, quote, a person involved in prior litigation may sympathize with similarly situated litigants. In these circumstances, counsel must be permitted to make an informed judgment as to the prospective juror's impartiality and suitability for jury service. That was not, Ms. Benefield did not have that option here. Ms. Benefield's lawyers did not have that option here because she did not raise her paddle to the involvement in domestic violence cases with full knowledge that she'd been involved in at least 3 domestic violence injunctions. So under De La Rosa, she's similarly situated to Douglas Benefield, and I think the case law requires the court to grant the motion. And I don't have any additional argument, but if the court has any questions, I'm happy to answer. If the court has questions about any of these arguments, because to me, the law, again, the Florida Supreme Court, De La Rosa, Roberts, and the more recent case from the second DCA, all binding decisions simply require the court to grant the motion. No one likes to do a trial twice, but the defendant's entitled to a fair trial. That didn't happen here, so we'd ask that the court grant the motion.
All right, thank you both very much. Obviously, I received quite a bit of information. Even state, I haven't had a chance to review your response with the hurricane. Let me also say, I hope everybody's homes and families are okay from these 2 storms that came through. I wanted to really wait until today to hear the arguments from both sides. Obviously, I kind of went into the weekend thinking that I wasn't going to have any memos or case law sent to me. It's all last minute. So I have not had a chance to review it. I think in all fairness, it's important that I review both sides, the response from the state, the memo from the defense, the case law. I think, as you mentioned the names, I believe that I already had all of those, but certainly go through all of that. So I really wanted to wait to see how much I had and whether I thought that I might be able to make a decision and get an order written today. And I leave this hearing firmly convinced I'm not going to get it done today. So we're not going to be able to do the sentencing hearing tomorrow. I don't know when it's going to be rescheduled. I'll have Kelly reach out to both sides to schedule it. What do we set for tomorrow? 3 hours?
I don't think, Your Honor, respectfully, we had a limitation on the time frame.
It was set for 2 hours, Judge, 8:30.
Yeah, I know I set limitations on scheduling. Whenever we set it up, I always say, how much time do you need for your portion of it?
I would like to hope we can get it done in 2 hours. It might be a little tight. To the extent the court could stand it, I'd ask that the court allot 3 with the understanding that we can wrap it up.
For both sides or just your side?
So we're not going to get an answer today. This is going to be something he'll take under advisement and decide later.
All right. State? I think last time we talked, it was an hour and an hour, but now it's 2.
An hour.
All right. So 3 hours. I'll have Kelly reach out to both of you to find a day and time that works for everybody. And I will endeavor to get a written order out on this. What I'm saying is I don't know how I'm going to rule on this. There's quite a bit of information to review. But I want to go ahead and set the sentencing hearing so we have a day and a time. And then depending on what my ruling is, obviously if I grant it, then there is no sentencing hearing. We pick another trial date. If I deny it, then at least we've got it on the record for a sentencing.
2 matters, if I may. Number one, just to advise the court, I leave Wednesday for an out-of-town trial that's going to run approximately 2 weeks.
All right.
Number 2 is I would, based upon the court's decision to vacate the sentencing for tomorrow, respectfully renew.
This is going to be interesting, y'all. Get on the dang mic, people. Or did you turn the mic off?
Fair bet that the court hasn't reached a decision on this issue. I think it's a troubling issue. And I think for those reasons, Your Honor should reconsider her bond status. And I would ask that the court admit her to bond pending sentencing. She's demonstrated for 3 years absolute compliance with every requirement imposed upon her. There has never been one issue related to Ms. Benefield's bond. And in fact, on multiple occasions, when she needed some relief, we petitioned the court. The court was always kind about it and I think unanimously granted it each and every time. I don't even think the state opposed it. But the point being that she's never shown anything but respect for the opportunity to be out on bond, and any indication whatsoever that she would be here, and her family, as the court knows, is here as well.
All right. Well, obviously that wasn't noticed today. The only way I can hear that is by consent of the parties, since it wasn't noticed.
No consent.
Well, we had filed the bond motion.
Sensei, stop it.
Yes, sir. But it wasn't noticed for today. And as you're well aware, I can't hear matters that aren't properly noticed except by consent of the parties. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, that'd be done. That'd be done. Okie dokie. Let's get back over to her.
Martha. No, nobody.
So did Amanda respond back to you when you told her to pick a lot?
Yeah.
We're still waiting for Boone.
I didn't know. The what?
Amanda can have some really blonde moments.
Well, me too. I told her to just zip it. To anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. And who she's going to be with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, baby. Did you ever get money put on this?
I haven't, but I sent her phone, so I didn't know if she had. I haven't sat down and tried it yet.
No.
Did it tell you how much you got?
Well, we're swapping back and forth, so.
Hmm.
And I
I'll
haven't been
ask
able to
her
call
about that too.
Right, and I have not been able to call out to her.
Okay.
So tell her
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Yeah, because she said you had to call her this morning.
Go ahead and tell her that I haven't been able to call out to her.
Okay, I will tell her that.
It's an orchestra.
Yeah. I got it.
Explain that to her.
I will.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. Bye.
Call 21. July 14, 2019, 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Ferris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail. Your call has been accepted.
Darling. Baby.
You get her?
Yes. She said call on Chad's phone. It had come through before. It said it was kind of like a scam call. So I made it accept it.
Okay.
And she can tell you what's going on.
Okay.
So call her. I've got the letter handled for Martha to get to her.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And got it notarized and everything.
I love you.
I love you.
Great. I'll call her.
All.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Call me in the morning.
Calls 23. July 30th, 2009.
Okay, we're back. Woohoo! We're back to Sarah Boone. Y'all come back now. We're here. Let me reset my ears because I can't hear you. I can't even hear the cord. Okay, I got it. Now try it again. Can't hear you. You're not on, Diane. Do y'all hear Diane? Toy, you have no idea. Oh, I don't hear Miss Diane.
You're added to stage. All right, let me try this. Hold on.
Okay, try me again. I'm
I
muted.
got you now. Got you now.
Okay. That's for your dog.
Where can I get it?
Well, you can get it from a vet, but you also could try Amazon. They may carry it.
Yeah, I need it quicker than that though. Okay, I'll look. Thank you so much.
It's called Triz Ultra Plus Keto. Triz
I
Ultra
might
Plus
try
Keto
and
Plus.
see if they carry that plus keto. What's keto mean?
No, that's just the name of it.
Okay, let's see if I can get it at the feed store.
See, yeah, let's see. Triz. Yeah, there it is. Triz Ultra Plus Keto.
Yeah, sometimes
Well,
you can get this kind of stuff at the feed stores.
yeah, you should. Yeah, you probably can. Because you can get shots and worm and all that kind of good stuff there.
Nope. Yes, I can.
Good. You put it
$50.
in. And it's expensive, but it's good. You put it in and you squish it around and that's all.
Okay, I'll talk to my. We'll get it. Okay, let's
Okay.
watch Miss Sarah Boone come in and be a little prissy. Thank you,
Well,
Diane.
Yep. I hope it helps. It stopped Lady Bell's problems.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna get Matt here. Hold on.
She was having them terrible.
The medicine is $50. I'll have to see if I can go after we get done tonight.
It's 12 ounces. I've used this about 4 times and it's still almost full.
Okay. Okie dokie. Appreciate you so much.
Yep.
I'm going to mute you for a second and make a call.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Chief Destroyer on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right, Mr. Beck is not with us. Okay. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that she had on this morning. She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04. State, are you ready to proceed? Yes.
Ada, I can do this until about 3:30.
Yeah, that's fine. I have a friend that's going to go pick up the medicine for us. Yay. Yeah, Walmart, their stuff is crap here. I mean, it really, really is. And I don't buy that at Walmart. Okay, we're just looking around. Hey, Sarah. Sarah, are you?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Was your day a good day, Sarah? Do you think your day was good today? I don't think so. Uh-oh, that was a no-no. Miss Boone, hello. Miss Boone. Miss Boone, hello. 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 Keep facing forward. Stop it. You're going to get in more trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. She thinks she's above the law. Look at that. She's not supposed to be doing all that. Why is it taking forever for us to start? Okay, we're live. Yeah. Yeah. She's had the same. So they went and bought a tailored suit for her, pants and skirt. And she's been wearing those in court along with just different tops. By the way, she's only worn a skirt one day. Uh-oh, conflab. Are they offering a deal? So Jules is saying Sarah Boone has entered the courtroom and still stoic, only speaking to Mr. Owens. Then she says, a sidebar before we even get started. Then some woman yelled something from the galley when Sarah Boone was brought in. That's what the sidebar is about. I think the reason that Sarah Boone has been so stoic today is she knows this is it. If all goes as planned, she will take the stand tomorrow. Reality may be setting in. Thank you, Miss Jules. You're fabulous. We just appreciate you so much. And I really do. You are simply the best. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Yeah, I know. She wore the skirt for Zach. She gave him a little tease. Now she's being all prim and proper. Sorry, Zach. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm going to give Sensei some pain meds. I'll be right back. She's so not happy. I know, baby. You're having some pain. Come here. Up, up. Come on, Sensei. Let's go. Okay, gave her some pain meds. That will help. I remembered I had some, but I don't like it at all. I don't. Oh, Liam Payne had a drug cocktail in his system when he died. The last one of the Marine Corps, World War II, Navajo Code
Ma'am in
marker
the back
tied
left,
at
last row. Good afternoon.
107
After
years.
conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone,
Oh,
call my
Zach,
judicial
thank
assistant,
you.
Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay? Thank you, ma'am.
One of the last Navajo code talkers have died.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you. To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any
Okay, I got to roll that back and see if I can catch it.
head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator.
'Cause I've got my
and head
captioning
to
back on.
The south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I want to anyway. Oh, God bless you guys. I'm still the boss of the city, so we got to work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Sounds drunk.
To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
Why can't I see the comments? Oh, I want to see all the comments.
Jury entering.
What was her deal? I'm trying to find out what she said, and I couldn't grab it.
State,
I
do you
tried.
recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with the evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, with speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay. Juror in first row, third seat from the right. Yes, ma'am.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, I should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon? Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Oh, this is getting good. I'm asking Jules.
All right, ma'am, just you, not everybody. If you can step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time. And once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dude. You missed it, Haley Mouse.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
A woman caused a disturbance when Sarah Boone was brought into the courtroom prior to the judge getting in the courtroom. And so they asked her to leave. And then on her way out, she had some things to say. By the way, Jules and I want to thank you guys so much who donated towards her fund. It's so kind of y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Miss Diane. God, that was so old school. That we can hear you if you turn your mic on. Let me turn your mic off.
I said I'm not a spring chicken.
Well, I know that, but they don't know that.
My son has 8 new kittens. There's one that's yellow. There's one that looks like a cow. He's got spots everywhere. And there's a beautiful, beautiful calico. And then the rest of them are black and white.
I do calico like
Excellent.
this.
Thank you very much. If you can, members of our panel, show me by a show of hands you comply to the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state you call your next witness.
Call Chelsea Capsule.
This ought to be good.
Ada K, are we back and forth?
Yeah, give me a minute. I got to get this typed up.
Okay. Superwoman.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Chelsea Capsule, CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello,
Who do you work for?
the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to obviously homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah, we normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walk the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, Jorge Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, my mic came loose. There we go. Got it.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, what's been marked for identification as states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any
No
objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than free trial issues.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states you into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
In your honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Today's date is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Grant Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Detective Scott Lowen.
and in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone,
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you just to reiterate what you told that deputy, but like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out
It was
still.
still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back,
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street, okay. And, tell me what you guys were doing next, like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking? What
It's Chardonnay.
Okay,
The bottles are in the trash.
okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay, and was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay, so it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
Puzzles and art,
okay,
listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
and all downstairs, upstairs, where did you guys?
Downstairs.
Downstairs, okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Yep, okay. No one ever came over at any point? No, okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay, and you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay, and the phone's located in there, I think, in the
Yes.
dictionary. Okay. So So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together. You obviously finished a bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then.
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
What did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before, like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me that
he decided to hide in there. So being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't
I find
use
it
the
interesting
laptop.
they haven't talked about the
So,
medication.
Most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my
Just
thoughts and
find
get
it
ready for
very
the day.
interesting.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm gonna say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then it usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to get him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him and
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
It wasn't in the bathroom. I was thinking maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes.
He came over.
Yes, he came over.
It's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Great. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, the whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments,
No,
it was
nothing.
a good day.
Okay. And the thing with him though is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing out about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
That was maybe the third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Maybe never.
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like we were puzzled out. We painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't. I
remember if it was dark out.
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I try to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But I ended up.
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. I want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime, his daughters before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So again, it's a broken suitcase, but.
What do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but
No, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last time.
That's what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and.
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it, but then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there, you said you could see 2 of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do. But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And then remember.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time and it's fun?
We were, again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now. So
Permission to publish 19.
You may.
So what are y'all thinking so far about this recording? I have to tell you, if that video didn't put her under,
Today's date
this interview did.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first recording on a separate digital recorder, the memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name now?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing?
No.
Or it's just because
Just
you
us
were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
But I mean,
did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just
No.
assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
dancing with the dogs.
Mm-hmm. At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah. Okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, but I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on?
It's okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're closer to the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows and he brings them into bed or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows.
Correct.
Up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like.
We were laughing about it.
Mhm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it, at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were
Here's
playing.
the thing though, this isn't a trick question. You're at your home, you're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at
to
the
let you
giddy
know,
stage.
okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us on the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Yeah.
Not.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down. And he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink like liquor, but
right,
like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. and some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had anything there?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you have pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for me, him, and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
Ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep
Yes.
in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me, myself? No. I mean, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh, obviously.
Yes. He knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him. Okay. I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30. 6:45-ish, but again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys, like lightheaded.
Right.
Like I feel really weird right now.
Do you feel like you're sick?
No, I'm not sick, just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't, when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there? You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, Where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
this fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw or
Just his
anything?
eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognized
Yeah,
it.
I saw
Or
that
they
too.
said
He
it
lost
doesn't
his
look like
teeth.
it's getting
What?
bad. But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
Yeah, I bet she was exhausted. It's a hard job. It's a hard job unaliving a person
He had
in a
mentioned it a
suitcase.
couple times.
Up and
Where
down the
I'm just
stairs and with
blaming
the
it on
baseball
stress.
bat.
But again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic. You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing.
Hello, Adele.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs around me.
Okay.
Your phone, is it password protected or
Yes.
touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second. I've got some information from Miss Jules. Okay, she says the detectives on the stand states listening. They're listening. One juror is watching Sarah Boone. Let me turn it so I'm not crooked. One juror is watching Sarah Boone while listening to the interrogation tapes. They are very intent on taking notes. A male juror just looked shocked when he hears Sarah took him out of the suitcase. The deputy found a backpack in the gallery. He left with it. We suspect it belonged to the crazy lady. That's serious, y'all, because you don't leave things like that in a place like that. Only a handful of jurors are now taking notes. They are still listening intently. Hide and seek equal intimate relationship. We weren't drunk, says Boone. No, ill will never be between us, per Sarah. Well, okay. The jury isn't looking at Sarah Boone. They look as tired as I am. So I think when a jury gets to the position that they are no longer intently watching and they look exhausted and just kind of starting to get in the place that it sounds like they're getting into, that to me kind of makes me feel like they probably have a chunk of their mind made up and they're done with this. But we'll see. We'll see. Her attorney said that Sarah lied to the police, I'm guessing preparing for her testimony on BSS. And how will she say that after all these lies? That's the thing. And by the way, you heard Jules. She's testifying tomorrow.
And the only reason why I have that is because I lost 2 phones previously where before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. then? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here any minute now. But then I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop.
Hi, Connie.
Because he gets out of bed before I do most of the time.
when you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at it
it's
right?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where,
Yes.
like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one in the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay.
I only
You left it
had
upstairs with you when you went.
right
when
at
you were
3
going back?
hours sleep, maybe.
So
Maybe a
it stays
couple minutes
downstairs.
last
Or
night.
it's
I'm
downstairs with
exhausted.
Yes, it's downstairs.
And
with
this is gonna put me
because
to sleep.
that's how I heard my phone
wanna
ringing,
watch
and
somebody
I knew it was
talk.
Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
I know he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. So I just leave, I finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Where is that? Are y'all hearing a dinging? There is a dinging somewhere in the videos.
Alrighty. Can you raise your?
Are y'all hearing a ding? I'm feeling it, but I don't have anything with alarms. I don't. Jules says quite a few jurors are writing notes again.
Right here for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier. Like, I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I.
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has. Yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, if I mean, people have their opinions, okay? You can't not, there's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and
collapse.
being upset.
And then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay. Who's gonna collapse? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
when he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know
Did
it's
y'all
Baja
see what
Boulevard.
Jedi
Go
Jess
down-
blessed us with?
what is
Did
this
you
right
see?
here? Going on, there's a twisty tree.
We got a blessing.
On the right hand side, and you turn down that road. And then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right. And their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of
Yeah, let's take a quick break. I want y'all to see this. Look at what we've got. There are the injuries, y'all. So the palm of the left hand facing down, 3 big abrasions on his side, on his left side in the back. Behind the elbow upper is bluing. Then you have the scratches on the back. I mean, here is his list of injuries. Thank you, Jedi Jess. You are so awesome.
curiosity, I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
Probably.
When you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the Suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sorry. In the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes. I was under the impression that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes. I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states 2.
You may.
I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video.
This is new. We haven't seen this. Mozzarella and tomatoes with balsamic vinegar.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
I love mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, and balsamic vinegar. So she lied about not going to Publix.
Members of the jury, it is 3:34. My understanding based on the state is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. And do not conduct any independent investigation with regard to those things. We'll give you a 15-minute recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service.
Okay, Jules has left the courtroom, which is understandable. She has to keep her promise to herself and to her family. So we're all good, Jules.
You all may be seated. State, anything we need to address? Defense. All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
After court's over. And for those of you who don't know, Miss Jules is our inside court reporter, and she's also going through cancer treatment. So we have to honor and respect her limits. And I'm so proud of you, baby, for doing what you need to do. We are all good.
So interesting. What do y'all think? I didn't catch the lie about going to Publix. Or if I did, I don't remember it. Let's go ahead and hop on over here so I can zoom through this. And this is hold on.
Mr. Barton?
No.
At any point, your interviews with Mr. Barton? So we'll wait. That call's about to happen, so I will wait. I think that the recordings are good for today.
One that's like, yeah.
They wouldn't make a ton of sense out of order, but we can do some testimony, Judge. So we'll wait to play those till tomorrow. I think recordings.
Or at least wait till our 3:30 break. Go ahead.
Okay, Sergeant. So you were hearing some of these live as they were happening.
That's correct.
Okay. Specifically the ones where Mr. Barton tells Mrs. Ferris about the recording.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your interviews with Mr. Barton. At any point, because we've already talked to Sergeant Pope, we've heard from him, but I want to get your perspective on those interviews. At any point, did you threaten to harm Mr. Barton?
No.
At any point, did you brandish a weapon?
No.
At any point, did you set handcuffs down on the table?
No.
And was he with his attorney the entire time that you spoke with him?
Yes.
And at times, did you even speak with just the attorney,
We did.
Bobby Carter?
That's correct.
At any point, did he appear from you across the table, in your opinion, appearance, demeanor? Did he appear in fear of you?
No.
Was he able to understand everything you were explaining to him?
Yes.
So you're being accused of threatening him?
How long did Mr. Barton?
I didn't know that.
How long were the Collios left on his phone? Or how long did he record her for?
They were from this date, the 26th, until she was arrested, I believe.
And I don't know if you know how many, but could you guesstimate how many total calls there were for a year?
I know when we wanted to download them off of Collio, we had to buy a very large hard drive. There was a bunch.
When you interviewed Mr. Barton, had you already obtained some returns for call detail record search warrants?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Call detail records are incoming and outgoing calls from the cell phone company.
Did you obtain, at this point, when you applied for search warrants for the call detail records, did you know Melody Ferris's second phone number?
At some point during the interviews with, other detectives we're doing, we were given a second phone number from Miss Ferris. I believe it was Terry Braswell provided at some point.
And Miss Cooper, Sherry Cooper?
Yes.
And did you obtain cell phone records for that phone number?
That's correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Barton, did you confront him with times and lengths of certain phone calls
We did.
and the frequency at which they speak.
Yes.
And is that what triggered him to sort of tell you about the nature of that call on the morning of July 4th at 2:20 a.m.?
I think that was part of it. Yes.
All right. Okay. I want to dial it back a little bit to going back on the scene at Purcell Lane. We kind of jumped forward. We wanted to get some of those calls in, but back on the scene at Purcell Lane, did you have the opportunity to?
No, they're not.
To
Cell phones
search
are
the home and look
definitely
around
not our
within
best
home?
friends.
I did at times. Yes.
Did you search the bedroom?
I did.
And when I say the bedroom, Melody's bedroom.
Yes.
Did you go through items in her closet?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up what's already been admitted. Did you locate some shoes?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
The search on the house was kind of winding down. I had been off site either doing interviews. At some point, I had gone home and caught a few hours of sleep and came back. I was told that the search was winding down, so I wanted to do kind of a final walkthrough through the house. Since I was a lead detective, just to put eyes on everything and see if I saw anything out of place or something I wanted to see with my own eyes. I remember going into the study, the area they called the study, and the books just they looked very in order. So I thought, well, one thing we're missing is a gun. So I started moving books around, just double checking to make sure. I ended up in the master bedroom, looking around in there. That's when I ended up in this master bedroom closet. Again, the whole house was very organized, and just out of my own curiosity, I started checking things just to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as Shaw 178. What is this?
It's a shirt that I located in the dirty clothes hamper.
And what about this shirt made you want to look at it closer?
What appears to be bloodstains, and bottom left of the photo would be there, look like soot from a fire.
So did you point crime scene to this t-shirt?
I did.
All right. And I want to talk about, it's already been previously admitted as, Shaw 191. What are we looking at here?
That's a pair of shoes.
And did you locate these shoes?
I did.
What made you want to tell crime scene about this pair of shoes?
I recall wearing leather gloves, or not leather, I'm sorry, nitrile gloves, like doctors wear. That's what we use when we're searching stuff. These shoes just felt cold to me. Ended up, they were wet, like they had been recently laundered.
And I want to pull up Shaw 206.
They were washed.
I noticed when I picked these up, there was blood on the bottom of them.
Suspected blood at first?
Correct.
Okay.
What appeared to be blood.
And then it was tested later, confirmed to be blood?
Yes.
And
Obviously, the soles of our shoes are not our friends either.
You mentioned that you searched the house, or at least the study, but other people were searching the house for a type of firearm.
Yes.
Were any located?
Really?
No.
Any pistols?
Whoa, let me read this. Okay, Ronnie, I don't know where you're getting it, but thank you. Let me read this.
And then there were some longer guns collected. Is that fair?
Correct.
A woman came into the courtroom and yelled out, "Is this a Sarah Boone trial?" And then when the deputy brought Sarah Boone in after lunch break, the woman said, "Deputy, you should be fired." Okay. Okay.
I mentioned that you had obtained call detail records for some phones. Talk about some of the other digital evidence that you obtained in this case through search warrants and other consent means, such as like Google or DVR or anything like that.
Yeah, we downloaded phones. From the house, we collected a DVR, digital video recorder, I think is what DVR stands for. But basically, it was the hard drive for the home surveillance system. We had been told that the surveillance system had been damaged in the fire and hadn't worked for quite some time, but we took the DVR anyways to see, just to make sure there wasn't anything else on it.
That would be good, Morales.
We discovered that through Google, you could request geofence records. Should I go into explaining what a geofence is?
No, I just kind of want you to list off the things that you applied for search warrants for.
Search warrants for people on scene, their Gmail addresses, your phone backs up, Gmail or Apple or stuff like that. So we found a lot of Gmail records, and obviously we dumped phones. And
what about cell towers?
We did cell tower locations for requests for the local cell towers.
And did you collect the CPAP machine?
I did.
Was that, tell the jury about how that came up.
It had been mentioned several times about Gary's CPAP. People were looking for it to determine if he was home or not. They stated that he didn't sleep without it. He couldn't. I think it was even mentioned he may not survive through the night without it. I've never had a CPAP. I've never been issued one, prescribed one. But other people around the office said, you know what, that if he had to have it every night, those record data. I had no idea they recorded data. The data is used by doctors to see how you're doing or whatever. So we started looking into, how we can get that data off of that device.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 58, which is the raw CPAP data.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Somebody.
I think it's just the raw data.
Right. It's a lot. Okay. And at some point, the data was extracted out of that CPAP machine.
It was.
Based on, I'll allow it for purposes of showing that it was being used when it says it was being used, not for any medical information otherwise. Yeah, well, that's just a bunch of numbers. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Whose
And
shirt
when you
was
were
it?
with Rusty
Whose
Barton, did
shoes?
he give you his phone to extract?
Oh, Ronnie, I love it. I love it. I got to remember that one, my dear. Absolutely love that. Unaliving is the new divorce, darling. Make your choices wisely. Oh my gosh,
Get a search
y'all.
warrant to extract Melody Ferris's cell phone,
We did.
her actual physical phone that she had on her person.
Correct.
Okay. So when you don't have the physical phone, what can you obtain?
You can obtain, call records, cell tower location data from the cell phone company. You can't obtain the actual data from the phone.
Did you ever find a second cell phone for Melody Ferris?
No.
You found one phone
Correct.
physically. Okay. And that was the phone that she had in her interview room with you?
Correct.
And, and you extracted that phone.
That's correct.
At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 7 to celebrate extraction report.
No objection.
Oh, Silverite bores me to death,
Pull up Hayes 7 for the jury. Whoops.
but necessary.
Okay. I'm scrolling to page 2. All right. And I'm going to show you up here. What is the title of this section of the report?
Notes 2.
Okay. And what is the date that this note, the created date under time?
March 31st, 2014 at 6:47 and 18 seconds PM.
What is the content of the note?
Crown XO.
And that was in Melody's cell phone.
That's correct.
Going into Ms. Ferris's interviews, what were some topics that you knew you wanted to talk to her about? That you were getting information about from witnesses on scene?
Witnesses on scene had, stated that they'd seen her with 2 phones, believe she was having affairs, things along those lines.
What about the equipment on the farm?
Yes, we were curious about if she knew how to operate the tractor or anything like that, if she'd ever done it.
Why is that?
We determined through different sources that Gary was a large man. And we were trying to determine if, what means are available on the farm to get him onto the burn pile, if that's how he got onto the burn pile.
What about placement of a tractor, parking of the tractor?
Yeah, we were told by multiple sources that the tractor was in a spot that was strange. It should have been parked there.
And that was from multiple witnesses?
I believe so.
We like to watch Sarah Boone get unleashed. Unleashed is what I like to call it. We got a visitor. Let me zoom a little bit.
Part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February
You're right
25,
back.
correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And what do we need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification S as in Sam.
Okay.
And I believe that's the 2-hour interrogation video that I had filed the pretrial motion to suppress, which the court had denied, but contemporaneously, I want to make that objection.
Okay, understood. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. It was edited based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay. And I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video?
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction prior to it being played after it being received into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck, Mr.
Your Honor, if I may real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection.
No. Let me talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last sidebar before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
I'm sorry, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion regarding these depositions that were going to be taken this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list, During the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the sake.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Sorry, guys. My friend just brought me some medication for my dog's ears. My dog don't like me no more. Okay, I missed that. Does anyone want to fill me in, or can I zoom back for a minute?
We had reports, things of that nature. We should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the sake.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Bring the jury. I can't wait to get that soundbite.
That took place between defense.
You may.
Now we're going to listen
Ma'am,
to
I'm showing you
another
what's been marked for identification as
hour and a
success.
half. I'm sorry, my ears.
Recognize
We're going to
that
listen
disc.
to another hour
Yes,
and a
ma'am.
half of this.
Tell us, what is this disc?
This
wish they'd
is
show the
follow-up
video. It's
interview,
more entertaining.
conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, or court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as States S over objection as States Exhibit 20.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you.
I'm sorry. We have breaking news. A helicopter crashed into a radio tower in Houston, Texas, killing 4 on board. Back to the
That the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. Just the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid hands on him. Okay. I've also too. He fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halter. So I. Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when he was. In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were asking me about, which I was going to be honest with you, are the scratch marks on his back. Mm-hmm. Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so. But your son was there when? When was he last there? Oh, gosh. My understanding is there like last Tuesday? I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so. Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period. So you're talking about day before yesterday? Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior. Correct. So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's Monday. Thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind blowing to me. Like I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. He also had like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull. I have no idea. As if something hit him. I consider not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me, we'll both know. I have not touched him. Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swab, did they go under your fingernails? No. Okay, are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails? Go for it. Okay. I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. Even considering we had a good going on with our jobs and it was a good girl and slides and everything. It's been good. Like I don't even know where this is coming from.
I know she does.
Yeah, I don't know why physical was probably you said I think what.
All right, Don, y'all. I can't tell how loud this is. I can't hear it really, honestly. I can't. But I can see the graphs. Is this sound good at this volume?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Let me know.
A month ago, where you got the injury, right? You said that was a few weeks. give or take,
I'm gonna
yeah.
use
A
that
few
for a
weeks.
lot
That
of
was the last,
things,
like,
y'all.
physical altercation between the two of you. A month ago, you think it was a curtain rod.
Yeah, it was curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that.
I want to
either.
know what a bad day is.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail, like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or
Would
try to go
love
upstairs
to know
and
what
sleep.
the jury's
That's
doing
usually what
during
it is.
this.
I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I sleep, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there was the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you, like?
He gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then it poked me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with them?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is gonna go, so I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book, or I'm gonna go for a bike ride, or I'm gonna do something else, or I don't wanna drink. I don't wanna drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful.
It was a good
and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind. which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the things to try and get him off of it so we don't have a dream, or he doesn't have a dream. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be him. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but
She's
I mean,
creepy.
you told me on but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
Girl, you live drunk.
But
Sober
you guys
is
are
a
both
rarity.
sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy. We had a good day. It was a good day. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did you have?
One bottle.
The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out.
1.5
Yeah.
liters.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
1.5
And then,
liters at
that you guys went,
least.
well, I don't even
Estimated
know how the wine, how did
2
you guys get the
liters
wine
each.
for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
Is that what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with bottles.
Okay.
So
Wasn't she at Publix
It's him
herself?
trying to be nice,
Is
so I
she
don't have to go out.
lying?
Plus, there's stuff that around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Really?
So, where were you guys at on
Hey, Dawn.
drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just it makes me fractious listening to his music. So
Oh, we know she's lying. I was being facetious.
You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. For me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep, but he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was.
Sarah Boone, honey boo boo, listen, darling. The only reason you say you can sit there without a peep, because you have so many personalities going on, and within that brain of yours, you have full conversations all to yourself. You don't need nobody else, darling.
Interested in showing them to me.
getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop, you're talking about?
Mhm.
Okay.
And I mean,
I'd be guilty.
and then it was.
So you said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any,
We had a good day.
conversations about your
It was a
relationship?
good
You guys
day.
didn't go down like a
Every
rabbit
time she says
hole,
it, I'm
like,
gonna
I
play
need
it.
a drink, and you guys start getting.
I'm gonna get my use out of it.
It made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's
Together,
a small hurdle that you and I
wherever
together will get through because
I'm talking about the money, job,
stars, yes.
nothing
No.
relationship wise though, like no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship or was it just about?
Just
Like,
what's
distraction.
going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to
through
me
thick
about
and
things
through
and
in,
unburdens
all
himself.
outdoor.
Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you, like I have almost everything. Not a
They're
worry,
drinking
just tell
sober,
me, get it out of you.
nice and angry.
Like, it was,
From hitting
I
it
tell you,
home, we'll go through
so
it
happy. Like, it was such a good
together.
day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form.
The moment anybody tells you they know you better than you know you, that's a controlling, manipulative freak. Get the hell out of there.
Ask everyone.
My humble opinion.
I helped him.
IMHO.
I took care of him.
Oh.
I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night.
Oh, baby.
I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and?
I
Oh,
never
no,
stopped.
we were fine, honey boo boo.
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for.
Oh.
I never stopped.
I exist only for him.
Still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean,
I
it's
exist only
unexplainable
for
that
him.
we got these injuries and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea.
Oh, I hate this part every time I see it. Right hand to God. Do you know what, honey? Keep God out of this. God has nothing to do with this. God does not have anything to do with crazy people who decide to end the life of their boyfriend, fiance, whatever you want to call him. The moment people start saying, I swear to God, my mama's grave, my sister's grave, my daughter's grave, my son's grave, my whatever. When someone starts swearing like that, they're getting desperate for you to believe them. Here we go. You swear the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God? God ain't going to help you in this one, honey.
Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody. We had a good
You had
day.
mentioned that you take.
It was a good day.
You would take photos.
I'm going to wear that
videos,
button out.
Kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was.
Okay.
That was way.
Y'all notice how she goes. Okay, yeah, we had it documented. I want to know where the snot is.
Before, I think the last time.
That's the driest cry I've ever seen.
He was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
You had him arrested
Where it took
and then you
a while
bailed
to
him
get
out.
used to it and understand.
They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to him to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of it. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will.
I don't believe that for a minute.
Going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Well, it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
I love him to death.
When you love somebody, you have to.
I love them
Everybody
to death.
tells me that. Oh my goodness, you're so good at the office property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my
See
phone.
what I
Or
mean?
I think it's actually on a laptop.
Look how fast that emotion turned on and off. On and on. That's not real. That's not how it works.
I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, taken him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
I had him arrested and I bailed him out because I'm a crazy woman.
No.
The next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle and just throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Wade Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But
I'm the good person.
Every waking moment he wants to be
Yes,
with me.
Miss Amber Heard.
And mind you, our townhome is either upstairs
Yes, honey boo
or
boo.
downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together. and eat dinner, and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent, or you kind of like lost me, like when, what are you?
It was a little while ago.
I know you're talking about, now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space, so have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but
So if you said you would just flee, then you did not have a problem with getting away. You had a problem with staying away. And there was a point where there was a restraining order and he wasn't supposed to be there, and you knew that. No, shoot. My bad. My bad. I'll get back. I apologize.
neighbors, and we would look over as neighbors together. It's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
Obviously not if you had to end his life.
When I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed.
I know. Prior? No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there.
Yes.
There's her face right there.
Why do you say it like that though?
I would never
Oh,
do that.
yeah.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase.
She's probably.
Well, I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
That
but
time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last thing running at a big high. It was a good townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs, so.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any
Here we go.
photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Who? Oh.
But your phone
Yeah.
is password protected, you have the
I wish I-
password, he has the facial recognition, so
Red
it's not like someone else
face.
be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Yeah. He
Scott, can I borrow your phone?
videotaped himself getting
But how do
the
you get it to
suitcase.
He'll come and get it to me, I'll just do a face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll judge with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or just something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. So Lucas wasn't there Sunday, great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it's fun, maybe take a picture
Did
of
we
the-
forget about a little recording?
Yes, and the dogs, and George and him
Rudolph
dancing.
the red
or
nose
just
Sarah.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone. Can you see it?
Can you move it around? Go ahead.
She can't watch it. Look at her.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
Battery died.
No, I was just simply asking because, you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked.
Be right back.
No,
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You would not zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out. And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
Why are you trying to watch this? It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long? 2 minutes.
No, that's-
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's you. Your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you give me a show me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in the different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying, fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, you're just killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later is flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now, he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because
That's the
you were
Stop
getting ready
here.
for bed.
Sleep.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's the-
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't
He's-
breathe, and
Jim.
why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show. a
Can't get
hole.
out of that
There's no
upside down,
hole.
honey.
There's
We'll
no
go.
fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a,
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
what does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell
oh, like,
my
yeah, like, I get told everything by a white woman, so.
Okay.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
but you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's why I
at no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. and
He'll
it
be out
looks
here any
like-
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you.
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not able
he's
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were,
the
before.
video, there's no
When we first
laughing.
got in there, both of us
So
were.
how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to
No.
recording it?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
but
I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before.
I do
where
too,
it's
case
like,
one.
He thinks that he's, woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I don't
He's
even,
never been locked in a suitcase, but now he's gonna get up, so.
it's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen.
calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing,
Okay.
and you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like.
I don't know if
feed
I
me.
can say
Like,
this,
No, I'm
then
just trying to show you a
don't.
video that you no longer wanna watch, because you probably don't wanna know the outcome of how, and what you said.
Well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean that you,
Times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're
I
trying to
get it,
figure
right,
out
We're
what
trying
you're
to
saying.
figure out.
You remember
video.
too much for not remembering any.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you
Yeah.
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to
Yes.
come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
That's a narcissistic way to think about it. It's his fault. He didn't get up. He didn't come outside. He
Knowing
didn't
that
do
that
whatever.
The last time you saw him was in his suitcase.
It's all on
30
him.
minutes later, you're like,
Maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't.
No.
When you, that didn't cross your mind. because
That's
it
like,
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption, like that's what you all are thinking, just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking.
So you're blaming it on the
I
alcohol
thought it
now?
was like, I
Really?
thought it was okay, like I didn't, that,
He's
you all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you,
Wow.
Sarah, you can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys.
That is so
that's
childish.
how we are with each other. Like he is, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter, you put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
George.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand, like, it's,
I mean,
it's not that was not my intention.
But
I don't have any idea what I said.
but by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you, you couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him, just fuck you.
When you
Well,
said it
you said it in the
you
video.
won't let us play the rest of it. You don't
And
want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his thumb.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I mean, that's what the word cheating means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him.
I don't know, Jewel. This is
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
so much.
Set somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to like?
I
Or
would
just the
assume a whole lot
video
worse, honey boo boo.
is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So.
And that's why we wanna know.
And I don't remember
injuries-
doing this.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video, yeah, I mean.
But I'm not gonna say.
You thought he could
So,
get out on his
yes.
own, but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I insisted with one finger,
From the outside.
but it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming
Boo,
that.
you
out of
can't do it from the
that's what
inside.
assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's
But
got,
the zipper part is broken,
yes, which is why we were gonna do it.
Oh,
I just,
You were able to zip it.
Sarah, gotta do it.
Very easily. That's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside too.
I'm
don't
about
know
ready to go
how-
code
Why
red.
wouldn't he have gotten choked out if he could?
I don't know, like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't
I
know.
didn't feel. I didn't see no fingers.
That's what I'm saying, like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when I flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it, or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my,
Guys, I gotta do it. I'm that irritated. Going code red If you don't like flashy things, turn away till you don't hear the sound anymore. In 3, 2, 1. I am, this part really, I get so irritated at this part. I get to this part and I'm ready to just pop her a new one. I have my black screen because I may have a deaf person hop on in a little bit. So I have to move all that. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Gotta go. Let's
The
go.
intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep. What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase, and then probably went to sleep? That's what happened. But you let him out before, I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out? Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep. No, before you got upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen.
Don't care what your
I
intention
am sick
was.
about
It happened.
I've never done anything.
Those
like
are
this before.
paved with intention.
I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night,
I
this
see
is the remember this,
disaster
you told us
happening
last
tomorrow.
night
We're going to
that
come with the popcorn for
he was
sure.
laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the thing
We're
is,
telling you.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
God, we're going to have to hear
And
that
you
voice
also, in the
live.
video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He essentially would have been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Why?
Zip it up all the way. This is horrific,
Why?
okay? Horrific.
This is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I loved.
You ain't
It was
acting like
not
it, boo-boo.
intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not.
Please
intentional.
don't bring the Bible into this.
I would not do that to him nor anyone
Bible
else.
ain't going to help you.
But you did.
Just a book.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm thinking, okay, then,
Hold
you
on.
know.
How did you not intentionally?
Sarah Boone, listen. Are you listening? The only thing that's going to get you out of this is a time machine. Good luck with that. Mm-hmm.
Go to bed. You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's going
normally
on
do
to
when
what
you
I
go to
did
bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I
You
think
go to
it's
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do?
to portray
We're not
him.
planning to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't want to call it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, handled the Bible intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that not intentionally leaving him?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem.
Y'all may not remember me saying this, some of you will, but Miss Copesell, Detective Copesell, freaking brilliant. Sarah Boone's agitated. So subconsciously, she's going to make it worse for her because she's playing the video again and keeps it playing. And you can hear in the background, Sarah. Now, I can't. I'm seeing it on captioning. And I'm watching the computer. She's got everything playing in the background. And it is just accelerating the situation with Sarah Boone. Listen.
Because you don't,
If he doesn't,
but
you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes, and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And don't stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
Roll it.
You roll it up, like, it's not like.
I said, when does it be like that? Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down, how do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear me.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect.
That's
to
another
happen
way you know
to
someone's lying. Tell me what I need to know to
didn't
convince
mean
you.
to-
How do you want me to say it
What's
so you'll
your
believe me?
reasoning for,
This is a
not
train
calling
wreck.
911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and like, what, 5 minutes later, I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes.
Why
Nonetheless,
didn't
I
you
had to,
call
like, I was
911?
trying to do CPR.
You never
I was
touched him.
trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR, and then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the.
No, you
dispatch
didn't,
on
honey
the
boo boo.
phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
You were not doing CPR.
I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought you were gonna get.
But 12 hours deceased, CPR ain't going to do
You
crap.
didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too, like,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times, he asked to be let out, I can't breathe, why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so now she's changing her story again.
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Don't
Were you
know.
punishing him?
Not once
No.
did she say
Well, that's what you're saying in the
he
video.
was DVing or I was a BSS victim and I did this to protect myself.
see, and
Not
it's
once.
all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me, and I understand the severity of this. I just,
You said.
it's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful.
Zach, you're
And
just
I
in
will
love
tell
with
you
those
both
cheesy
this
white
right now,
legs.
too. I will never drink alcohol again. Like, I will never
No,
drink alcohol
you're gonna
again.
drink
I don't
prison
care what
hooch.
it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was
Prison
the
hooch.
reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You go.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying,
My
and you
God.
say, fuck you.
So like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Minimum 11, but yeah. Just you. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos, which were
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos. Okay.
Yeah. So.
He
So
was
when-
in there
the first
13 hours
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't
before he was
breathe,
found,
let me out, and
before
you say,
she
fuck
found
you,
him.
why don't you just let him out? What
Supposedly.
are you trying to do to him?
She could have been up earlier.
There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You were like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got.
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what were your intentions for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You
Not
guys
theirs being
are
unalived in a
trying to,
freaking
again,
suitcase at his
he's in
age.
there.
Idiot.
Night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down
And
the.
it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. Like, for all I know, like 10 minutes.
5 minutes, 30 minutes. He was in there for over 13 hours.
Like, I don't.
Just saying.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's, what I have a feeling is, I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
I don't know.
You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out why.
You're a suspect, boo-boo.
why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why did you left him in the back? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great
Yes,
day,
Lori.
fooling around, being stupid.
With skinny white
and
legs
apparently me
coming
going
out of him.
upstairs and going, hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a
Oh my
bump
gosh.
I mean.
I don't know what you all want me to tell
And for
you.
a bonus,
Like, this
you
is
get the crazy
not
cocktail to
fair
go with it.
at all. That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Was it kamikaze cocktail to go with
If
it?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out
Wouldn't
of
be
the
one
suitcase, should
to
they not let
begin
you
with.
out?
Eventually, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine. So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, oh, we haven't assumed anything. But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
Now
when you said it's like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapon out. What's your favorite word to use?
Compensated.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but I didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the.
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So one was.
There's two public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the. So this is. So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know. We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation. Wow.
But we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally.
You got up, off the couch,
It doesn't
and
matter.
walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did. I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he didn't. The video was him pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't breathe.
Okay. If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So, but why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick. Okay. It wasn't.
I would have lost my you-know-what with this woman.
This is all the way. He nor
I would have lost my shite with this woman. This is when me being a cop would have been a bad
I don't
thing.
have anything.
I'd already have her butt arrested.
Whatever that is, whatever it is. See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys.
It's not fair that he's dead, honey.
Blame it on me. Like, well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair? Really? Like, really? Exactly the same thing. Really? He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean? I don't have any injuries. Correct. Because he and I have not been at it with one another. So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you
We
just
had
go
a
on the
good
jail
day.
all the times that you went
It was
to
a good day.
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened, because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser. We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying. So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the because I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or like.
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what you
understand,
told us.
I understand, because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's the one? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
That's about the only thing you
Not
said
again,
today.
reasons that you
True. Guys, she finally told the truth. Sarah Boone, oh my God, Boo Boo, you finally told the truth. Oh, congratulations. Alcohol is a shitty thing. You got that right, Boo.
You all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen.
Listen, honey. Listen, Linda.
I did not
Listen,
not
Linda.
intentionally
Be right back, y'all.
kill him.
So your attention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and loved him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said it.
Videos, it was from last time.
Clearly,
So it wasn't that, yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it,
But I would never do that.
but it happened and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and having
laughing.
a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Nor have, or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like, well.
Because you're sober now, so sober you,
Nice
what about
person.
drunk you?
Not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
You just zipped them in the back.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the back. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did
did.
it.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the,
Oh my
when
God.
you put the stuff in where it's starting.
That's unfortunately, nobody else was there. That's
We have a
unfortunate.
video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So, it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on his back with the lid open for him to get in there, you just zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent No malicious.
I would say
I'm
this is
gonna
I
say-
help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay, so we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness toward that.
I would probably be calling myself that. too.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair. Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave them.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It's totally, it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It just, you're lying and like you're now changing your
Who's
story.
lying about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly what you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything works out.
Alcohol.
You blame it on alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking.
But you want to admit that you were drunk. Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
So what were
did.
you, okay,
You left them in there. You did try to dance around the fact. You left them in there.
this is not,
You didn't leave them in
it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That is,
He's dead.
but you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You essentially left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, you didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to,
If somebody let me out, I can't breathe.
no, George, though, like, again.
I had to take a comfort break because I was about ready to lose my.
So if your son was
sight.
in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it or is?
Y'all, this is a good reason why not to drink.
I'm just asking a question.
Well, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in the suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. But if you keep going away from it,
I don't know.
that's exactly what happened. You
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you crazy.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on them.
I don't know about a suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to This was such a laughing
It
matter.
was fun.
How about that?
All day, all day,
That video.
all day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like, why?
I know some.
Like, why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When, because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like trying the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like what's opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
letting you get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form, that it's intentional. At all. Ever.
Zach, it's so hard for me not to say
You're
it.
still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up.
You're funny as hell, Zach.
Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
is it changing? Please help me explain it, understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
Nope.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so.
I forgot about that. Oh my God, I forgot that. Oh, I didn't think he was being serious, girl. I wish I had the patience to listen to this again and write down every excuse that she has given. OMG. I wish I had that patience. I got a lot of patience, but I don't have patience for that. To listen to this whole thing again and list every excuse she has given.
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well. We had a good day. It was a good day. I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was.
Okay.
Dawn,
Horrific. Because I don't remember.
I love you.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about him when?
See, that's the thing too, but you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh, right,
Regularly.
right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that woman.
What are your questions?
Yep.
Who's coming?
Run, Forrest, run.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't take that. I don't have a problem. Okay. Just make sure. So, am I getting my phone back? No.
Absolutely.
What about losing his laptop?
No. Absolutely.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the ones just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfired on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. In that, is that correct?
You're asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna agree with what you're saying. I'm not, that you're. Good day.
So let me first up here.
Mhm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so we'd like to call her again. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. And to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't.
else I'll just carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of that?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was gonna ask, you already asked. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter? What we tell his parents meeting?
Because
we're gonna talk to it with them.
okay,
I have to.
but it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did you not meet yesterday?
The valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
Our body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't wanna do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his, wedding ring, engagement ring?
If that's a medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to
Oh,
the next of kin.
yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them. they're the ones that are gonna release it. We don't have any say in them.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow was stained, swab was stained from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
That's the
the daily board of Department of Law Enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase. Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the feet. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run, like what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up. So.
Oh, honey, you don't have to worry about that. You ain't even getting there. They taking you now. You ain't leaving.
Is there going to be concrete, whatever it is? And
You
then
ain't
it's like,
leaving.
okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've
Welcome
done
to
the
your
whole
new
court
home,
thing.
darling.
I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. That's
Welcome
not
to your
the
new
situation,
abode.
but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can.
I figured I've done myself into a grave and about ready to bury myself. I need to know, do I need a coffin?
You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas in the house.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to, honey. Don't worry about it. Because you ain't going home.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came
That's
to
why you're
us.
there now.
So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
Oh, she just don't get
Me
it.
just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house, so Brian, I'm so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can and stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're gonna tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is the fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know.
You're gonna
I'm not
have to
saying
tell
we're
the
gonna go. I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have.
I actually wish, because most people have never done what I do, and that's notification next to kin. I wish they would have made her go with them when they did the notification and next to kin. Because she ain't getting it. Nor does she care.
But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office as public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So
It's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the bud right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose,
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them?
Oh, so you think you have time?
Just like, you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
Oh,
can I
no.
call you the way that I did last time? Yeah,
That'd be an unaliving. He's done. He's like, if I don't leave, I'm going to snap.
I get
If
it.
I don't leave,
Look,
I'm
I
going
get
to
it.
go rogue on her. Good for him. Get out before you get yourself in
That is
trouble.
really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life.
Be afraid.
Be afraid. Be very, very much afraid.
And don't swear on your son's life. Oh, that pisses me off. I hate it when people swear on their children's lives. Swear on an apple, but don't swear on your child's life.
It was not intentional. I promise you. On Lucas's life, it was not.
Right now,
intentional.
our A is up to 43.
I don't know
It
you,
was
I
not
can't say I
intentional,
know
and we're
anything about you, I don't
much
know
further
what
ahead than he is, I think.
what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look,
Oh,
that's how
no,
much it
he's
means.
ahead of us.
I hope you take that to heart, please.
It's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
He's a little bit ahead of us, not much.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
No telling.
What do you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop. So you'll see all the games he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their case other than how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Did Brian
Yeah.
not have a laptop for him?
Please.
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, that he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal, there's nothing on the laptop anyway.
Intent is irrelevant here. It's
So you will
it's
keep me
irrelevant
posted,
here,
like updated.
period.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But
What
you
do I
will
need
have
to
more
convince
information than I
you?
do, where, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna.
Like, you have more information.
I want to
or
see the
what?
handcuffs go on. I don't
Like,
think
we
I've
told you
actually
everything
seen
that
that
we
yet.
have. You know everything that we know. And
Hey,
most of it
Ronnie.
we got from you.
But,
Am I louder than the recording, or is the recording louder than
like I
me,
was
or
telling
are
her,
we
like,
good? Because in my ears, it's not
yeah,
sounding
that's
good.
bad, like, which I swore on my son's life was not intentional.
Oh,
So that's why
I didn't mean
I'm
to
trying
swear on his
figure
life
out what
now.
I need to do for myself going forward with it.
nonetheless, with his family? And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
We had a good day. It was a good day. So you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or do we have to come back down here? I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm gonna call you next. Doesn't the report come out tomorrow? I'm just saying the report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then. Not talking about, like autopsy. She's waiting and doing her follow-up, but.
She's looking at him.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done for now?
Oh, honey, you have no clue how done you are for now. You really
How long
don't,
does it take
Boo-Boo.
to get back?
You really don't know how done you are.
You won't get back the swabs and stuff. We'll say.
I don't know about it.
I think including lunch, I don't think it's going to take long to convict.
I'm just sorry, someone keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
Battery died.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody?
You're cooked, goose.
When you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you
You wouldn't know how many batteries I went through in a week. I go through about
What
2.5, 3 batteries
to happen
per
to
ear.
somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why did I
Then
do it
Lisa
before?
here's done nothing.
Why did you do it now?
I clearly
Now I hear.
have said why. Why? No, you don't know why.
Good, thank you.
You know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know. Fading and penning.
By the way, that is uncomfortable because they really get it in there under the nails. Sorry, got to adjust my hearing aids. So that's very, very uncomfortable. Hey, Sarah, question. Is this
We had a good day. It was a good day.
I'm sorry, guys. Am I using it too much? Am I using the good day button too much? I can't resist it. Let me know if I'm irritating you with it. I'll stop. Oh, he's a few seconds behind us. Okay, RA is about 2 minutes behind us. I gotta lower that. That physically hurts. They're not talking. Ronnie, you really went to the dark side yesterday, thinking that maybe she really was, and fear of her life? Are you kidding? Welcome back to reality. Love ya. Really mean it. Welcome back to the light. And they're getting ready to do the DNA swab. Oh, those are the nails. We're still on nails. Why does his video look different than our video? Why is his video different? That's weird, y'all. Ours in court is this view, but I guess a different TV is showing it. I don't know. Weird. Oh, I guess they are ahead of us. Sorry. Y'all. I think she's an alcoholic. I think she does have some issues. I'm not saying I think that she did truly forget about him. I'm not saying she didn't. But the beating and the video push it over the edge for me. Malicious. I can't. That hurts. I think that totally pushed it over the edge for me. And she's something special. I don't know ADHD because she did make a reference in a text or a call that she was going to do this. Play a game of hide and seek and wink and shh. So I believe that this is possible. This is why alcohol can be so bad for people. Sometimes we have thoughts, and then when we drink, we act on them. And we don't have the ability to reason and to stop. And that may have been what happened. Would she have done it sober? Probably not.
Cannot make a phone call.
You'll be able to make a phone call when you get down to the jail.
So why is he coming?
Sorry, I had RA's sound in my ear.
I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was.
More than a multiple?
basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there. Make a hug sheet. Really?
So if I didn't show up. Why was it happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave, that I was done after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We were done.
You screwed, honey boo boo.
Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
Call a lawyer. You're
Someone
done.
needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and
Nope.
prepare.
You'll be afforded a time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame to that though?
I have no way, they will tell you should make first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
have
don't
a
work in.
suspicion that it's gonna happen. And I need water like really bad, dude.
Absolutely.
We all should be down there.
Absolutely.
No, she had to have a cigarette, a joint, and a drink. Don't forget the joint that she said she was the ex-husband she wanted.
They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes in my bathroom.
Bye-bye to cigarettes, bye-bye to joints, bye-bye to alcohol, bye-bye to Dr. Pepper.
What am I supposed to do with
You
my
can't get
car?
that in jail, but it's
So you
expensive.
find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get hooked in.
If you
you'll
can
be
wait
able
that long to call
use the phone
911, you can
and
wait to call
wait.
But
somebody
how
here.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free.
All I'm
phone
doing is bringing there, so I can speak for you.
call. She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those
She's
coping
gonna be
pills,
paying for life for
Boone
somebody else.
am I gonna be talking about those? I don't know. Last time I had a panic attack. Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a
Can you
little while.
request that when I'm there?
No, that's not us, we don't work at the jail.
As long as like you're saying, you don't have
You
to.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
How do I
cursing,
do that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they
Pain in the
out.
end.
If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Because the last time I had a major panic attack with a little thing.
Because you're a pain in the ears.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes are stuck in, so.
I put a lot of too, my bad.
Oh, no, it's all good, mine are not, so.
Bye-bye, honey boo-boo.
They just decided to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did?
So I came down to the village.
Yes, absolutely.
I wouldn't have walked in and done all that if I knew it was going to happen
Unintentionally.
unintentionally.
I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not. I have things in my car that I need to.
What kind of stuff you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It can impact stuff.
So again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be reported to see somebody.
She's asking and doing all the wrong things, man.
I would say no. All right.
Bye.
Can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Wow, y'all. Yeah. 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 She was having problems getting her son and keeping up with schedule because when her son wasn't there, she was butt ass drunk. Oh. Oh. Those are not evidence. Oh, she's all like, what? So what that means is, oh, snap. Why am I not hearing this one? Why am I not hearing? Are y'all hearing this one? Why am I not? Is there sound right now? Yeah, I feel sorry for the son.
All right, members of our jury, I have an
There we go.
instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Copsel to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, will be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Sarah, boom, 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 ba boom, boom, boom. It's not looking too well. Boom, 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 boom. She doesn't look well. Her hair looks like it's been ruffled a lot. She's just not looking too good today. Where's that
Y'all may be
smile
seated.
and that smirk now, my
State,
dear?
anything else we need to discuss this evening?
I've received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom.
Mhm.
It is not something I can agree to. And I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
No, I talked to Miss Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're gonna have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's gonna be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay.
Why are
Specifically
you doing
referring to a motion
depositions?
for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers, so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024 is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Judge, we covered it up at the bench. I thought this is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
My
You mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Kepsel, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
Y'all.
Defense. All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very
Y'all.
much.
I didn't hear that. I want to hear that again.
To Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase.
Okay, the suitcase. Guys, I nailed it. I said she was going to go Tuesday, latest Wednesday. I love it when I get it right. That was a good guess. That was a lucky guess, actually. Let's see how much grief she gives her attorney. I like watching these parts and watching the body language between them. Y'all, there's a lot of witnesses that didn't get called. I'm impressed. The state got it done quick. I'm liking it. So it was number 14. And if everything goes as they say, then the defense is only going to have 3 witnesses. We could beat a jury by tomorrow night. I mean, by Wednesday. We could beat a jury by Wednesday. Oh my gosh, y'all. That would be phenomenal. That would be awesome. That would be great. So, what are y'all's thoughts? I don't know, but what about this?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Yep, it was a good day. So now I know some of y'all are going to buggy out, but we don't have a whole lot more left in today's trial for the Melody Walker Ferris trial. So we're going to hop over here and finish this out because I know some people were really wanting to see this. We don't have a whole lot more of this to do. So let's finish this today.
This time, state moves defender case 33 through 50. I'm going to hand you these photos of the tractor, of the equipment, tractor and the 4x4. I'm going to go through them with you. Okay, we're looking at Hayes 33. What is it that we're looking at in Hayes 33?
That's where the tractor belongs.
RTV, those are located in our sheriff's office in Panama.
Tell the jury about why it was the sheriff's office collected these 2 vehicles from Ferris property.
During the search of the residence and the processing of these 2 pieces of equipment, blood was discovered on these 2 items. We believe they could have been used to move the body of Gary Ferris to the burn pile.
So there was blood found.
What are we looking at here in Hayes 34?
This was the start of my modeling career. I got to demonstrate because I am approximately 5'6", which is what it says in my driver's license. Some people say I'm shorter than that. This was to show that the seat was in the rearmost position. This is as far back as the seat would go, and I can reach the pedals and all the controls on the tractor.
And we're just kind of scrolling through this. Hayes 35, Hayes 36. Is this the other?
Yeah, those are easy to drive. Yes. I can drive that.
So it would be the right side.
That's correct.
And are these the pedals that make it essentially go forward and backwards?
Yeah, that's the C-shaped pedal, I believe. So my heel would have been on the back and the toe of my foot on the front.
It's close,
looking
but
at Hayes 38.
This is the tire comparisons of the Two different vehicles.
Same in 39.
Yes.
What are we looking at in Hayes 40?
Measure the width of the bed of the Kubota RTV.
And I'm going to kind of zoom in on Hayes 41 here. How many inches is that?
I believe it's right around 60 inches.
Hayes 42, about the same. There we go. Hayes 43, about 59 and a half inches
59 and a
there.
half, yes.
All right, what are we looking at in Hayes 44?
This is the bucket of the Kubota tractor. That's showing the width of it, I guess you would say, is about 2 feet.
Okay. And same in Hayes 45 zoomed in.
Yes.
Hayes 46
This would be the length of the bucket.
and Hayes 47.
So shows about 65 inches.
Hayes 48, closer up.
65 and a half inches, yes.
All right. What's Hayes 49?
It's just an overview. Looks like standing from the back of the tractor, looking down on the controls.
God bless you. Okay, and Hayes 50, is that C-shaped pedal?
It is.
Okay. Oop. All right. So after the scene was locked down and you have spoken to Mr. Barton in Tennessee, what were some of the next steps in your investigation? Was there more people you had to interview?
We continued interviewing people. Evidence had been sent off for different stages of processing with different entities, and more search warrants for different records as we came upon.
Judge, I think this might be a good time to take a break.
Okay, all right, we'll take 10 and then y'all can do that. Cue up that other thing for the hour. All right, y'all step out.
And I thought that was very strange.
And towards the end of the recording, it's about a 14-minute recording from 12:10 to 12:30. Martha Barton gives her phone number, and we have been made aware by several witnesses that we have unintentionally put their phone numbers on the record and so forth. I think maybe the defense did to Mr. Ferris and then Addison Ferris and so on. So at this point, we would ask to redact that portion of the recording. It is 20 seconds, just her phone number.
Yeah, we probably have done some things in the trial with it being broadcast that we probably should have thought about, but we haven't dealt with that for 4 years, so.
Exactly, Judge. Captain, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
How are you employed, Captain?
I am with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm the division commander for the criminal investigations.
And can you actually state and spell your name for the record?
HANDS, just like the end of your arms.
Captain, were you on duty last week?
Yes.
Let me pull up specific dates and times. Are you under subpoena for this case?
I am.
And you were called out to, you were actually on scene in 2018 at Purcell Lane for this case, is that true?
I was.
Okay. On Friday, October 18th, this past Friday, did you take a call at CID that you had to make our prosecution team aware of?
I did.
Okay, can you tell the court about that call?
It was slightly before 10 o'clock. My administrative assistant said that there was a Martha Barton on the phone and she wanted to talk to someone that had knowledge of the case currently being prosecuted, the Melody Farris case.
So who ended up taking that call?
I did.
Why you?
I believe I was the only one in the building at the time that had knowledge of the case.
And so did you end up speaking with Martha Barton?
I did.
Did you record that phone call with her?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that recording?
I have.
Did you forward that recording to me?
I did.
And did you then inform me about who it was that just called and why you were sending me a recording?
I did.
And at this time, the state would like to publish, admit and publish M. Barton 1.
For the purpose of this hearing?
For the purpose of this hearing, right?
Have y'all got a copy of it yet?
We have.
1409, Judge.
Captain Hands can I help you.
Who am I speaking to?
Captain Hands.
H-A-N-D.
Yes.
This is Martha Barton in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
How are you, ma'am?
Have you skipped the phone number?
Well, I've got a heavy heart.
Okay.
I'm sure you're very aware of the case of Melody Bears that's going on right now.
I am.
I've seen it on Court TV.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the person that she was coming to stay with in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And did her mother and I were first cousins.
I think I
Her
remember
mother
your
was
name.
Pardon?
I think I remember your name coming up.
Well, it's been brought up in the trial too.
Yeah.
Well, Detective Polk and Hayes came to my house along earlier the TBI came. They never asked me if we had any guns.
Mm-hmm.
Rusty Martin, that testified yesterday and the day before, is my stepson. My husband died 10 years ago. But he and I have had a close relation. He's been very good to me, offering to do things for me. And he's the one that had a relationship with Melody.
Yes, ma'am.
But they never asked me if we had any guns.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was very strange because my husband was a hunter. And we had a very large gun safe in the garage but of course, they were never out. This may be long.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I don't go around the bush to tell this. But anyway, I think in 1979, we built in 78. I think it was in 1979 for Christmas that year. My husband gave me a 38 snub nose special. I never shot the gun. Roy went hunting. I never paid any attention to his guns. In fact, when we married, I was absolutely terrified of guns. And I guess I got over that a little bit, but never to the point of handling them and doing anything. When he gave me that gun, he gave me a $100 bill rolled up and put in the cartridges.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a joke. And Rusty was here. It was at our family Christmas, and he gave it to me. Said if he hadn't given me the $100 bills, he'd have never gotten away with giving me a gun. It was put in a drawer, different places. I even bought him a .357 Magnum. I couldn't tell you for Christmas one year. I couldn't tell you what that gun looked like, and it's in our safe. I couldn't tell you if it's chrome. Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. I just don't know.
Okay.
And if it were a purse or shoe, I could tell you. But anyway, the .357 Magnum, my husband was sick and at home when Melody came up to help us take me to Nashville to doctor's appointments. And at that time, Roy had gotten sick. Before that, because he had a stroke and he had Parkinson's.
You're talking about Roy, your
Before that,
husband, not Rusty, right?
Right.
Okay.
Before that, he had kept his .357 Magnum in his closet on his side of the bed. I mean, it's his closet's on his side of the room. And he had gotten mine out for me to keep on my side for protection.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I believe the shells, they were never loaded. And I think the shells to my gun were, I don't know if they were in my closet or not, but my gun eventually
Mm-hmm.
ended up underneath my nightstand because I just didn't like having it in my closet.
Okay.
And my closet is about like Deborah McGee's closet anyway.
Oh, this
And,
guy's listening to her so sweetly.
So sometime
I like
after
him.
he passed away, Melody wasn't here at the time. And I don't know why I did not put those in the gun safe, but I didn't. There was in one of the spare bedrooms upstairs, there is a chest at the foot of the bed. It's against the wall. And I put those two guns in there. I put a TV on top of it, and I don't even know what all, but I had stuff piled up. On
Two
there.
guns.
I thought nobody.
Rusty only testified to one, or her son.
To get in that
Remember
chest.
who? I think Rusty.
I was very weak one day when she was here, and I told her for several things were that I shouldn't have, but she had a way of, well, she was family. And I told her where those two guns were. Well, after she was arrested, I had someone come out and take a lot of things that I had gone through and stored in this particular bedroom, just in the floor and everything. And I wanted that TV taken, all this stuff taken to Goodwill. And while he was here, I said, would you look in that chest and see about those two guns? And he did. The 357 Magnum was there. My 38 Special was gone. I have also searched this house over to see. I mean, I know I'm not senile. I'm in very poor health. But that gun is gone.
Poll started.
It was brought up in Rusty's testimony day before yesterday that his daddy had a 357 Magnum, and I almost believe that he said that I had the 38 because I was watching it, and the one that I was watching it on.
Ronnie, you and Zach are having a
was
good
Court
time.
TV, and there was a man down in the corner that would make comments, and he had the earphones on and everything. And when that was said, he said, that's where she got the gun. And I think that he would come, I think he called my name. My heart, I have felt so guilty ever since I realized my gun was gone. And then when it came up in court, I think that you all can go back and listen to that and realize that there is another gun. And another thing, it was in a little leather holster. And Scott found that gun, and she took that from my house. I was in the hospital 3 times, I know, from the time my husband died. I had heart surgery. And then I was in the hospital here in Tullahoma. I'm pretty sure it was 3 times. I know 2 times that my blood pressure dropped. And she was here. And she had
That sounded like somebody popped a cork on a bottle.
in his testimony.
Okay, I can't talk about the testimony though because I'm under subpoena.
Okay, well, if you all can go back and listen to it, can you do that?
Okay. Now, was your gun in a holster?
Yes, it was in a holster.
Okay. A leather holster?
I guess that's one reason that I don't even remember if it was dark, chrome, whatever.
Who?
I'll check.
Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Ms. Barton. Who was the guy that came over that you told to look for the guns after the arrest?
It was my nephew.
Okay.
But I really don't want him involved.
I understand. I am going to, and you've checked other places for the gun since, is that correct?
I have looked this house over. That gun is not here. And there were some other things that I told her that disappeared when she was here too, that she is the only person, she was the only person in this house. So I don't have a family. I've got a niece and nephew, and we were split up over Melody too. It just about broke our family apart. Her coming up here, and I think they were in contact with Chris and Scott and knew about Rusty. Honestly, I did not know that was going on. It made me sick to listen to the testimony. I don't even feel like I can go out of my house. I don't get out that much anyway. But hold my head up and tell Homo, because I don't know who knows this. I am so embarrassed.
Well, there's nothing that you did, so I mean, there's no reason for you to be.
I know, but it's the Martin name. I'm just sick.
What's your
I
phone?
didn't sleep a
1212. replaying at 12:30.
Legal team that's currently prosecuting the case, so they may give you a call later today, okay?
Okay.
Would that be
I'll
okay
here.
with you?
Yes,
Well,
I'll be here.
I'm sorry for your heavy heart, but I do appreciate you giving us a call.
Well, I just felt like by not telling this that I was almost aiding and abetting. And I know from the get-go, she started throwing Scott under the bus. And I can't imagine a mother doing, I'm not a mother, but I cannot imagine a mother doing that.
Did she ever say anything untoward about her husband?
Pardon?
Did she ever say anything untoward about her husband?
Oh, she despised him.
All right. Well, I'm going to send your number and your information over. I wish you would feel good about walking around your hometown. You didn't do anything untoward or unethical, and you can't help the actions of other people.
Well, I know that, but I'm 84 years old and I don't need to be going through this.
No. We'll hope it'll be over very shortly, and we'll take it one step at a time, okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Holy
Captain,
crap,
your,
was that damning?
Conversation with Ms. Barton. Did you speak with her again after that phone call?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Just quickly, how did this phone call get directed to you?
My administrative assistant came to my office and said there's Martha Barton on the phone that wants to speak with somebody that knows something about the case.
Okay. And that would be, you would know something about the case because back on July the 5th, 2018, you were actually in charge of this investigation, the entirety of the investigation.
Well, I would say the captain was in charge of the investigation and then the lieutenant was in charge of the investigation, but I was in charge of parts of it, yes.
Okay. And you assigned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Well, there's been multiple witnesses testify that you gave them assignments in the case.
Surely.
Him included.
Surely.
So you assigned him as the lead detective of this case.
Correct.
Correct. So what involvement have you had in this case ever since?
Since when? Since July 5th?
2018.
Until we would do periodic hot washes, reviews of what we were doing, where things were going, what evidence was coming in. And since 2018, after the arrest warrants were complete, then it was pretty much just Detective Hayes, or now Sergeant Hayes, finishing his narrative and keeping in touch with the prosecutor's office.
You use a term of art that I'm not familiar with. You said hot watch?
Hot wash.
Hot wash. What is that?
It's basically a debrief, seeing where you are evidence-wise, investigative-wise.
Anything else? Who's looking for? Michael. That's all.
All right, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you sit down.
Thanks, sir.
Have y'all had other conversations with her? Or
So,
you-
yes, Judge, our office did reach out to her. Investigator Moore spoke with her. She put together a report of a summary of their conversation, which we provided to the defense last week as well. And that was on the same day, same Friday at, that was later in the day on Friday, the 18th. I don't know how to get it.
It was 7:36.
Thank you. More information. Thank you. Yes, 7:36 p.m. Investigator Moore had sent her supplemental report regarding her conversation with Martha Barton.
All right, y'all got a copy of that?
We did.
Has any additional information disclosed in that?
So additionally, she kind of, Ms. Barton provided a timeline and stated that her, when her nephew came to help her, she realized it went missing around that time, which was in September of 2019. Shortly after the defendant was arrested. She also, she ended up telling her cousin, who is the defendant's mom, Kay Walker, about the missing firearm. She did not necessarily give an estimate of when she did that, but she stated that she ended up telling her about the missing gun. She provided that when Martha would call and speak with Melody in the jail, she would say, "I love you" to Martha Jane at the end of the call. And then shortly after telling her mother telling Kay Walker about telling Melody's mother, Kay Walker, about the gun, she stopped telling Martha, "I love you." She never confronted Melody about the missing gun. I think that was summarily the new information that we obtained.
And y'all have subpoenaed, effectuated services subpoena at this time, is that right?
Judge, I'm sorry, can I have one second?
Or,
We have some more information.
all right.
We spoke with her again today, this morning, and I say we, Investigator Moore spoke with her again this morning, so she's gonna put together a report for that. But also,
Y'all want to just
Put her on the stand now.
All right.
oh, yeah, Investigator Moore,
Go
sure.
ahead. All right.
Yeah.
We'll all find out together.
No, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Okay, have a seat. Please tell the
That's
court
interesting.
your role in the DA's office.
Yes, I am a SVU investigator, Monica Moore.
Are you assigned to this team here for the case against Melanie Ferris?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been assisting putting the trial exhibits together and speaking with witnesses?
Yes.
Friday, the 18th, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Martha Barton?
Yes, I did.
And did you, after that conversation, put together a report and provide that to the defense team, the defense attorneys?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to speak with her again today?
Yes, ma'am.
To follow up with her? And
Also, the sound of this going down. Just speak up a little bit louder.
Yes, sir.
what is it that she told you today?
Today she said that her niece Jennifer has been helping her because of her health issues, but her niece wanted to make sure that the gun was not in the safe. And so over the weekend, her and her niece came over and they checked the house over. They looked for it and they went into the safe and they found that the gun was not there, and that they also found some other items, some bullets that went with the 38 special bullets.
So the firearm, they looked for it over the weekend, essentially
Yes.
her and her niece?
Yes.
And they still could not find it?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything else that she told you that was new information from last Friday?
No, on Friday she did say, she described the box of ammunition as red and white box with a TG and Y sticker on it. She remembers that her late
TG and Y? My God, that's ancient.
from that store up in Tennessee.
And that was in your report that you.
Gosh, TGY hadn't been around for 30 years at least.
So we were swearing.
Do you know anything about the manufacturer of the bullets? Does she have that information?
She did not have that information.
That's it.
Did y'all direct her to bring whatever she had with her? Down her?
I have told her to just keep everything there and keep it safe and yes.
All right, anything else from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you sit down, thank you. All right, anything else from the state on this issue?
I don't believe so, Judge.
All right. Argument?
We're asking for this.
I expected more.
John's gonna pull
You have a
up.
compelling reason, you have a compelling reason why I should expect.
And I don't think you can exclude it right now.
Why don't you argue?
Yeah, as we all know, normally when you violate the sequestration rule, typically what the court ends up having to do is just give an imperative instruction to the jury at the end that it goes to the weight, not the admissibility of the person's violation. It's obvious from the audio recording that she did violate your court order, that she's not supposed to be watching. My assumptions would be is that she has watched the entirety of the trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when Rusty was testifying, considering he was here, from my understanding, the entire week of last week and didn't even know when he was going to be called. He essentially just had a hotel on standby to be available at any point in time. Under the case that I found this morning, it's State versus Brett Brown, and it is 354 Georgia Ave 493, the 2020 case. States that the court actually does have another option instead of just giving the carriage of instruction. It says that where counsel or the witness violates the rule intentionally, the court may strike testimony already given or disallow further testimony. The trial court's denial of a mistrial for violation of the sequestration rule is a matter of discretion and versatile on showing prejudice. What ended up happening in the Brown case was there was a whole issue of whether or not the rule had even been violated at all, because it had something to do with two witnesses overhearing the judge behind closed doors. But that was actually never proven, and the court just ended up coming in and saying, I'm declaring a mistrial at this point, which nobody essentially was requesting. Obviously, the defense was on board with it at that point, but the mistrial was overturned. The court, in making a statement that it is actually restrictable, was quoting a U.S., I think it is, in the Fifth Circuit case, Furton versus Land Sea Services, which is a 1993 case out of the Fifth Circuit. as discussed, and in that case, it said there's no evidence showing that either the defense witnesses would have changed their testimony to match other witnesses. So it seemed like when you look at both of them together, well, actually, let me go into that part. So that was the Fifth Circuit case. The Brown case went on to state, instead, the trial court should have chosen an intermediate option, such as allowing cross-examination of the witnesses regarding possible violation, and instructing the jury that a violation of the rule should be considered in evaluating their credibility. So that is that. Is the way Millich is interpreted out of the Brown case. Is taking it out of the Brown case is that under the pre-2013 statute, the witness cannot be disqualified for testifying as a result of violation of the sequestration order. The new evidence code, although the sanction is rarely used, the trial court may treat a violation of the sequestration rule by citing the guilty party for contempt, allowing opposing counsel to cross-examine the witness as to the nature of the violation, or 3, striking the testimony already given or disallowing further testimony as a rule that has been intentionally violated in actual prejudice results. I don't think there's any doubt that we would be prejudiced by this, considering we got this evidence on Friday. There's also another witness that she names in her reporting, being her nephew, that he's out of state. We might need to subpoena him, but we're in the middle of the trial now, and this is now just become an issue, even though Ms. Barton has been interviewed now by law enforcement on 2 separate occasions. And the court can clearly hear from her interview, she actually does not come up with this new theory of the gun on her own. She said that the man on court TV, the one wearing the headset, said that's where she got the gun. And that's where she got the idea from. So her testimony between the 2 interviews has completely changed. She's never, and she freely admits that she's never told anyone about this gun being missing, even though she's known it's been missing for the past 5 years. So the state wants to bring her down here, put her on the stand, say Melody stole the gun, even though there's absolutely 0 evidence of that. And in fact, if the court allows it, in her other interview, we're going to show where she was talking to Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, talking about, at length, about some boy who lived next door and was helping her husband and had broken into their house. So I think this, if there ever was a sequestration rule violation that needed to be excluded, this would be it. But I think, in all fairness, I think the court and Ms. Ferris's counsel will have to hire Ms. Barton to see what all she is going to say, because obviously that small audio recording is not all of it, to get to the bottom, especially of how she knew when Rusty was testifying, how much of the trial she has watched. But my belief would be that she's watched the entire thing. She watched Scott's testimony, because there's actually some conversation in there about Scott and Chris as well that the court heard. So for that, we would ask the court to exclude Ms. Barton's testimony.
All right, starts.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel, the issue is whether or not there's been a violation to the degree that she cannot testify. Judge, the first thing I want to cite to the court is OCGA section 171610, and that's the code section that says both parties can rely on materials and information furnished in the discovery, so both sides don't have to turn over the same thing. 171610 also says that either party may cause a witness any person listed on either the prosecuting attorney or the defendant's witness list. We have listed her several times on witness lists, I believe, and also information going to the defense. We kind of kept her, we did not subpoena her, we kind of kept her, we talked to her before trial. I think we actually talked about that if we needed her, we could do Zoom or something along those lines. So she was not under subpoena for us. I'm assuming, and I'll let the defense say if otherwise, that she was under subpoena for the defense. If she was not under subpoena for the defense or the state, then she's technically not in violation of the rule of sequestration. Now, I know, Judge, when we argue the law, sometimes we have to argue the technicalities and the precision of it. And so I think she would not be in violation of the rule. That being said, I don't think.
And
no,
y'all had her on witness list, but had not.
Right, and they had her on her witness list.
Y'all had her on call, I expect, and
yeah.
talked to her.
And we talked informally that if we needed her, we would agree by Zoom. But Judge, I think so. She's not in violation of the rule. The second argument is that
there's the issue of one. It's new evidence that hadn't previously been disclosed. Then there's whether or not there's sequestration issue.
Yes.
All right.
The second statutory law, I'm going to get some decisional law in a second, but OCGA section 1716.4c, and that is the code section that deals with newly discovered evidence during trial. We actually have a code section on it. It says, if prior to or during trial, a party discovers additional evidence or material previously requested or ordered, which is subject to discovery, and it goes on to say, such party shall promptly notify the other party of the existence. Judge, as soon as we found out on Friday, you may have noticed that we were sitting here in court, and we let them know and told the court we had some newly. We went out and discussed it, gave them the information, gave them the recording, and we've been nothing but candid with them and prompt with them. So I don't think it's any violation whatsoever. And then there's several cases that talk about Williams v. State, 261 Georgia Act 410, 2003. It cites newly discovered evidence is not in violation of the 10-day discovery deadline because it is newly discovered. Dixon v. State, 252 Georgia Act 385, 2001 says no violation because the evidence was newly discovered. and was revealed as soon as practical after its discovery. And in fact, the court in our system, as Your Honor knows, State v. Roberts, 247 Georgia 456, a 1981 case. The court, outside of all this newly discovered evidence, even if it was not newly discovered, that is the case, the Roberts case, they reopened the evidence during jury deliberations at the request of the jury. So the court has the ability to reopen evidence at any time and has that much discretion to do it. But when it comes to newly discovered evidence, it's a different rule, and there's been no violation whatsoever of that. And Mahogany, M-A-H-O-G-A-N-Y v. State, 366 Georgia App 750, 2023 case. So under the new rules of evidence, and it literally says, further, a violation of the sequestration rule affects only the weight and credibility of the witness testimony, not its admissibility. That's Mahogany v. State, 2023 case. And then Park v. State, 314 Georgia 733, a 2022 case. It says, Park holds this. The Supreme Court stated, a party's remedy for a violation of the rule is to request the trial court to charge the jury that a violation should be considered in determining the weight and credit to be given to the testimony of the witness. When you look at this, I think there is no technical violation because they were not under subpoena, but in all candor to the court, she was a witness that could have been called by us. I do not think there's a violation that requires the court to charge the jury. I understand if the court charges the jury, there's nothing in this case to prevent her from testifying.
Boy, y'all,
I know
this is getting
counsel
interesting.
has a job to do, and I know that this is evidence that should concern them, but I do not think they're telling the court that there's bad faith on part of the state. And the only way to cite counsel for the witness would be showing that there's some type of contemptible conduct by the party. And I can tell the court that that's not been done in this case. So I think they haven't, I think the court has great latitude and has, in fact, great discretion without it being newly discovered. But because it is newly discovered and has come in during trial, I ask the court to allow it.
Anything else?
Yeah, just to respond, in terms of it being newly discovered evidence, it's admissible. I mean, we're not really arguing that. We're arguing more the sequestration. If the court does end up allowing, what we're also going to be asking for is not for you to just charge the jury at the end, but prior to her testimony, state that, she was, you can fashion it however you want, but, something along the lines of, she was a potential witness, witnesses aren't supposed to be listening to other witnesses' testimony, and it's going to be her testimony that she listened to other people, so that can go, to her credibility, or however the court wants to word that.
Well, but if she didn't know she was a witness, she wasn't officially a witness. She wasn't subpoenaed.
We're here Thursday morning.
Plan to have her here, I think, Wednesday evening, and have her here Thursday morning.
Right, Thursday morning for testimony.
Give them each time to.
Yeah, I'd say I give you all a chance to talk to her. Maybe we do that. I'll think about that.
We could have her as soon as 8 o'clock on it.
Yeah, that might be the
Thursday morning.
Yeah, might have y'all.
I think the proper procedure is for our.
Well, I'd let y'all talk to her, and then if we probably need to, may need to do the same thing with her prior to the jury with the evidence and let her testify as to what the evidence would be.
There's a motion to eliminate.
Yeah. And then, if y'all want to present me a proposed charge, I'd consider it, although I may not. I'll look at that. But y'all definitely can cross her about all that and that she was a potential witness. And then whatever this other issue you said about whether or not someone else potentially took it, that's also something you could look in, question on. But I think based upon everything that's been presented, I'm going to allow it. I'll consider some sort of limiting instruction if y'all want to put one together and let me look at it. I'll consider that, and we'll talk about that more on Thursday. We could probably have the jurors report a little bit later on Thursday morning, give y'all a chance to talk to them, put it, whatever testimony is going to be on the record prior to bringing the jurors in, go over anything else we need to discuss before we present that evidence, and then go from there. Although we have, and then we have the afternoon plan at the moment. All right. Anything else?
So, well, we have one more issue.
No.
Yeah.
Go home.
I provided, sort of to pick up where we left off on Friday, I provided both the defense and the court, sort of a rundown of the digital evidence within Ms. Harris's presentation. I broke it down by, I think, the two main issues that the defense has, which is essentially what's titled geofence, but is the Google location services. And then the second portion is the Apple Health activity. I think those were really the two issues that the defense had with the presentation. I outlined several cases on the memo that used Google location services. Ultimately, I guess to clarify, which I think was helpful even with me going through stuff, was the word geofence is actually the way that law enforcement provides the information to Google to obtain their location services. Geofence is not different than their actual location services on their phones and their apps. All it is closing it off to a certain location and a time frame. That's why it's called geofence. But ultimately, the Google location services use the same technology that has been around for a while. So GPS, cell site location, and also Wi-Fi. And all of those have been admitted in trials for a while. And I just cited some cases that specifically discussed the Google location services and some geofence warrants. Most of the cases when they come up are in a framework of a Fourth Amendment issue, a motion to suppress issue. There weren't a ton of cases outlining the reliability of it. However, it's 1C, the amicus brief by Google. Google filed an amicus brief in a case that I think was very helpful. It considered, they referenced Carpenter, they referenced all of these cases that are a bit more specific to the Fourth Amendment, but in that amicus, they discuss how it works and why it's reliable, and that it really just uses the same technology that we have been using in our phones and in our cars and so forth. And it describes that kind of when you pull up Google Maps, shows your location in a blue dot, and then if it's not as certain of the exact location, you'll see like kind of a blue circled hue around the dot. And so once your connection gets better, the hue goes away and you see your location. And so it describes that and why it has, when you get a return for the Google location services, it has that radius, and that is the certainty of the actual location of that device. And so I'll move on to the Apple Health activity. That is a little bit more novel of a case, of technology, but I did find a 702 analysis in a case. And so I cited that is United States versus Riego. It's a 2022 case. And it was a circuit court. It was not an appellate court, but it applied the 702 analysis for an expert witness. And so the court held in that case, and you can read it, I quoted the case there, Judge, that the defendant was arguing that the testimony is unreliable because the witness was unsure of when and who at the FBI monitored and validated the UFED system. That's Celebrate. Basically, they did what we did here, Judge. They pulled the activity information from the Celebrate extraction, from the cell phone extraction, which is what we did. And then they had a presentation through a digital forensics expert. And they basically just validated the monitored and validated the UFED system, which was Celebrate, and was unsure about how the application that counted the steps worked. But in other words, apart from knowing that the FBI monitors the system to ensure it's working properly, French did not know whether the system was working accurately in the day he used it to analyze the data from the defendant's phone. Nevertheless,
Yeah, Ronnie, that kind of getting me there.
and can be brought out on cross-examination. It does not render the opinion unreliable. Regarding the health application, French, the witness did not know the specifics about the operation of the application, but his intended testimony is solely regarding the technical knowledge and data that was pulled off the application from the UFED and Celebrate system. To the extent the inner workings of the health application are relevant, such points can be brought out on cross. So essentially, it's the same role as Ms. Harris would. She would just be communicating the data to the jury in an understandable manner. So,
One of the things I thought about over the weekend.
I'm shocked that her shirt is so wrinkled on one side. It's like she slept in it.
We talked about, brought up Toxilizer. And then over the weekend, I thought about an Alka sensor. Now, we all know the Alka sensor spits out a number. Alka sensor being a roadside personal breath test device. The number is not admissible in court because the device, even though it spits out a number, is a scientific device and is not inherently reliable. It's not tested. It's not calibrated. It's a portable breath test that, because it's floating around somewhere in the car of the police officer, is subject to variables. And that's even a device that, is approved for use on the side of the road. And so again, I don't know. We all think we know how it works. We don't really know how it works. I have a better idea maybe than others, but I still don't know how it works. It still goes through Apple's filter and their proprietary information. And so I still think I need to hear more evidence if y'all are wanting to get that data presented to the jury.
This case is getting longer and longer.
In thinking about it in that term, comparing it to Alka sensor, I might let the witness say that based upon review of the data that was collected, that there was some activity. And that might be, that's better than saying no activity, but I'm still not 100% about that yet. But
sure. To that point, Judge, and I can proffer this, the testimony about her activity is pretty general. It would be, she had more activity on this night than a year's worth of, and it was an outlier. Right. We're not getting into sort of like, well, she climbed this many flights, so that means she went up and down the stairs that many times. It's not that specific. It was just an outlier.
Your report does have that. So that's probably where
Okay, so the presentation is just the outlier graph.
Right.
So to the point of what would she be presenting in her presentation, it is a very general outlier scenario, sort of like the phone calls with Rusty that we were able to point out. Well, Ms. Harris was able to point out, they didn't speak at this time ever. It's sort of the same concept, just statistically speaking, comparing her own activity with her own activity.
I think that is probably more in line with what would be appropriate without going to specific number of steps and specific number of flights and that kind of stuff. But again, I still, if you got, I know you're looking and still trying to find more information, and I'm willing to, let y'all keep plugging away at it.
Can I clarify with the court, or have the court clarify?
The Google stuff, I'm fine with.
Okay,
I think that's,
okay,
or I think that is certain, and it gives specific, it is submitting and pinging back a specific, latitude, longitude point, and then has a variable around it. And so that, shows the margin of error, if you will.
sure.
So I think that is appropriate, and I believe that has reached the level of scientific certainty that is appropriate to be presented in court.
Okay, and can I just have the court clarify, so the data itself within the phone, within the extraction, the phone that gave us the data with which Ms. Harris is providing to the jury, that part is stipulated to. So I guess I'm not sure what the court is looking for when it comes to the data itself, as far as the functionality of it.
Well, y'all, whatever you think you can get to convince me. But
I do have, I guess my second question would be, if I have that information with Ms. Harris found a study that was done, she is not comfortable testifying about that study. Okay.
That's part of the problem is we don't have someone who can testify to me as to its scientific reliability.
Right, which could definitely be a subject for cross, and I understand that. Is that something that the court is interested in, that type of article?
The more you can give me, the better it is, but I don't, like I said, I don't think that there has been a case that's really utilized it. Part of it depends on what you're trying to do.
Sure.
If you're if your ultimate, what you're trying to get in is that she was on her phone and she's walking around, I think that's okay. I think
Sure. So
it's when you want to say she walked half a mile or she went up and down 12 flights of stairs.
I can tell you.
Slides in their presentation.
Right, correct.
Well,
So
I believe there's one slide that provides the distance that the phone provides.
Right.
The testimony we obviously have to provide them the data that we got, right? So that would be that.
That would be kind of like,
But
similar to the Alka sensor. So the officer on the stand knows what the number is, but can't testify to the number.
So
Correct.
sure. So Ms. Harris, ultimately, that number, whatever the number says it is, would hold a year's worth of her activity from just 1 hour, 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. every single day. There are only 3 times, right, that
That she is
level of
more active on
activity.
that day than she was on that day.
Exactly. And so that is essentially the purpose of pulling the number. So if the court is more comfortable with us leaving the number out and just stating the outlier dates, I mean, we're happy to do that and carve it out to the court's comfortable.
I think that is something that I think your witness could articulate that.
Sure.
But I'll still give y'all a chance, but I'll still let you give me some more information and give y'all a chance to revisit it before we get to it.
If you could, we have a copy of the case we'd like to present to the court. That would be Albright v. the state, 354 Georgia Appellate 538. That would be Albright versus the state, 354 Georgia Appellate 538. That's a 2020 case.
Back and forth, back and forth,
The
back
only
and
thing,
forth.
most of the cases that Ms. Frankish has noted in her memorandum, and everyone knows Ms. Frankish is very diligent with her legal research, but they're all circuit court cases in federal court from all over the United States, not really local to the state of Georgia, maybe the Trump case to some degree. And then a number of these cases on Apple activity.
I don't think that was ever testified to or admitted from.
Oh, it's just.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it was brought up, but I don't think it ever. it was brought up. I don't think it was ever addressed by the court. I don't think the court ever heard that evidence. And it's on appeal, and I don't think that evidence was ever presented, but that was also a totally separate sideshow issue, not having anything to do with the criminal case and the actual evidence against the defendant that was.
I like this,
So-
Judge.
So, I mean, I know you're arguing against it, but I'm also, that's the reason why it might not be.
Sure. And then moving on to the Apple Health activity, this just, South Carolina versus Murdaugh, and all these cases that aren't really, there's no sites for these cases, and it's not founded science. That's the point. Even within her own research, it becomes very clear. And I have to disagree. I believe the issue on Google is not a founded science either, if you look at the cases that they cite to. And I do have this Albright case that kind of discusses Pinlink. And ultimately, the Court of Appeals can't get anywhere because the primary issue in this case was discussing ineffective assistance of counsel primarily. They can't get past that. But the court did limit the use of Pinlink in that case. And so therefore, after the inquiry that this court was taking, I think it should take under consideration what the Court of Appeals has had to say regarding Pinlink.
Yeah. Well, kind of going back to what we talked about earlier today, you presented the CPAP data. Using that as another analogy, had you tried to present evidence of some medical issue based upon that data, I would not have allowed that so using that same, because that wasn't reliable source would be my concern there. But the activity, I think, is a different issue, and that it was being used on or about these times. Now, if you tried to say it was specifically being used at this time on this day, that may be a different issue. But the fact that it was generally being used overnight on those days, and there was activity every day or every evening until the night that it wasn't used, I think that's an appropriate use of that data. So I guess in that regard, I'm probably using a 403 limitation on it, but it's a very interesting issue and very ripe, and I think it's still evolving, and so y'all keep looking and we'll keep talking about it.
And just from Mr. Weaver's argument, he talked about different cases and circuit cases.
Really?
Under
We're still doing this.
24A, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence, and then under 247702F for the Daubert standard, we are specifically to look at federal courts.
Right.
Is the court fine with us if we do? We'll copy the defense, of course, if we come up with some studies, maybe.
Everything that y'all can give me, I'll happily look at it.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else we can take up?
Oh, one thing, I'll probably be late tomorrow.
Oh,
John Lewis
really?
Here, I'm going to be at the office working with our staff members on some of our cases.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll be in recess till the morning.
Wow. Okay. It's been a day of court. This ought to be good tomorrow. Thursday when they bring this new evidence on. Cell tower pinging is pretty accurate. It is what it is. I mean, it gives a general area within a certain amount of footage. It's just, hey, they can use the GPS on the phone if they have the ability to do so. Okay, guys. Wow. It's been a long day. We've been on live for 10 and a half hours today. Yep. Don't trust the cell tower ping. I'll talk about that a little later. At 6:30, Child TV Live is going to go live. I don't know if Jules is going to be on it. I got a text from Chris that Jules was resting. She may be resting up for their live, but she was exhausted, so she didn't come on. And it's okay. We didn't have anything for her to really come on and talk about. something we hadn't already dealt with or seen, so we're good with that. But tomorrow's going to be a phenomenal day. Sarah Boone is on the stand, so we are excited for that. We will be live at 8:00. We had mostly all the digital evidence came in today, and so from what we heard from Miss Jules, it definitely impacted a whole lot of people in the jury and everybody in the room. Trial TV Live is 6:30 my time. I think it says 6:30 on the thing, so go look it up and go over there and love on them. I'm going to be en route home and we'll be watching. I'm exhausted. I had 3 hours sleep last night, so tonight I'm going home and going straight to bed. But we'll see you first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning. I can't wait. It'll be a good day. It will be a...
We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day.
And it was. And it was. Oh, God, we're going to use the hell out of that. All right, guys. Miigwech. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.